handle anything.
A new in-game tutorial for beginning players, some added fun for arcade mode, and updates to how you communicate on the battlegrounds. All this and more as we dive into the Update 42.2 patch report. First up, we're giving Battlegrounds beginners a new crash course in how to play with a new in-game tutorial. The tutorial will take beginners through the core PUBG gameplay loop of landing, looting, and surviving, while teaching all the things a successful survivor needs to look out for. The tutorial is broken up into different chapters, and the entire experience should take a new player about 10 minutes to complete. You'll be walked through all the fundamentals by a special AI squadmate, who will rate your performance and let you know how you did and what you need to work on still through text and voice feedback. There are even rewards for completing the tutorial based on your rank. Whoever said learning wasn't rewarding? Next, 2 games are coming to arcade mode in this update. First, Hot Drop is making its chaotic return, forcing you and lots of enemies to drop into one small but highly contested area. The chaos begins from the moment your boots touch, so grab what you can quickly and, well, good luck. The other game mode is Solo Deathmatch, where you are your own team up against up to 13 other players. It's every lone survivor for themselves in an all-out battle for points as you get kills, die, and respawn, all while trying to rack up as many points as possible. These modes are only available for a limited time, so be sure to check out the patch notes page for details. Communication just got a bit quicker and clearer with the new radio message system. Players now have access to more options for communicating with their teammates if voice chat isn't an option for them, or they just need to get a message across clearly. This also includes updates to the world and item markers, and a refinement to the markers overall. So give it a try next time you need to tell your buddy exactly where they missed that level 3 vest. And console players will be seeing the graphical improvements and out-game menu loading speed improvements we mentioned in the roadmap during July. So be sure to send us some of those pretty new screenshots on our socials. And even more console updates are coming soon, so keep an eye on future patch notes. There are also new information tabs on the world maps, some optimization improvements to Tago, world updates to Rondo, and more. So be sure to check out the patch notes for full details. Update 42.2 is here, so embrace chaos in Hot Drop, push some new pals toward the tutorial, and take the lead when communicating with your squad. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
My moment, I'm gonna take it. Got one chance and I will not waste it. All of my life I had a dream with patience. Independent winner, but I came from the pavement. My life in danger, no name mag is the scene I came up. When are they all gonna wake up? Told them all get they weight up. Wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up. When are they all gonna wake up? Wake up, wake up, wake up. When are they all gonna wake up? I was just doing my thing. I was stacking, balling, then I maintained. I came up proper, I ain't gon' change. I came in, locked it, know my name. Stand tall, I don't fold. All my brothers, they trained to go. Now next up, ready for the thrones. Don't test me, cause I'm in my zone. Don't test me, cause I'm in my zone. Don't test me, cause I'm in my zone.
Welcome back, everyone, and another PAS Cup season is about to begin. It is Gibson, and for a little while only, one of my fellow Europeans and Matt, who spent some time in Paris, fresh off the plane, back for some PAS action. Look, it's nice, it's international and everything, Matt, but doesn't it feel good to just get back home and get back into some PAS action?
Oh, it's great to be getting back into some PAS action, but I don't want to talk too much about getting home because I know there's a lot of players especially from the Americas and Europe right now that are doing a lot of travel. So I won't gloat too much about being home, but it's nice. Yeah. It's nice, even if my office is a wreck and needs to be cleaned.
Yeah, look, it's just a lot of fun, and I look around. Your office is not a mess. Come on, mine is, but I was really smart about it. I've got everything just out of frame. Like if this frame was any bigger, it would be a sty. That's art. That's art, Matt. And you know what else is going to be art? All the action tonight with these teams, because we got some returning players coming back and getting involved.
Oh man, there's a lot to really dive into whenever we look at the teams and how this is all going to break down. Specifically, we're going to have, of course, as is the Americas, we're going to have a lot of team name changes, but also a couple of small changes inside of squads that you're going to be familiar with, such as New Gen All-Stars, a whole bunch of other stuff to look at. But of course, we also do need to talk about the scrims weeks and how everything's going on. Remember, you can participate inside the scrims, generate points, and that'll allow you to carry into your cup finals. As you build up cup points, you're going to continue to accumulate those to try to make it all the way to the end of the whole thing and play yourselves in the Americas against the best of the best.
And this is, of course, cup number 1, but if you do want to take part in the following scrims, there will be a QR code in your screen every once in a while. Scan that, that'll take you to the Wasdify website where you can sign up along with your team to take part in those scrims. But here's the overall format. You've got the scrims, which lead into the cups. The top 20 teams from the cups will then move on alongside 9 other teams into PAS, and that's when things get tough, Matt, right? Because you're playing in the cups against some pickup teams, against some teams that are really getting used to it. You got teams coming back into it when we get to those, playoffs and finals. Like Falcons will be back in the mix, Liquid will be there. We're going to see some really good teams joining the fray.
I'm willing to bet that there's a stack of Brazilians also waiting on the whole time that this is going down, looming threat in the background, wanting to make something big happen. And yeah, you nailed it. Once we start looking at it, getting through everybody through the qualification series, the meta just goes full Wild West. It is whatever's up for grabs. It gets a little bit crazy, but that's what's fun. That's where we see the innovation happening. Of course, everybody should be familiar with the super system as well. 10 points for first place, diminishes down after that, all the way down into 1 point. And of course, you get tons of points for kills because the new meta right now is play center, get as many kills as humanly possible, and hope that that propels you up the leaderboard.
And that leaderboard leads to prizes. So for the teams that are away internationally, they can't compete for this. This cup prize pool is only for the teams competing in those cups. So there is a chance to make yourself some money over the course of the next few weeks. So $15,000 in total. All 20 teams who qualify through to PAS will get a little piece of the pie. But you know what, Matt? For 5 weeks, a couple of cups, 5 maps a night, that $1,250 of finishing on top. There's a few teams that really do think they'll have a good chance of getting that.
Oh man, and it's going to be crazy whenever we look at how all of these teams are going to be stacked up against each other because the flow and the way that this is all going to happen with these teams, we've got a lot of known commodities. I don't even know, where do you want to dive into it? I mean, No Org kind of jumps out at me because Gizera, Pippa, Vinny, and Binya, that's a beast of a team.
Yeah, and I'm going to talk about 911 as well, another South American side, where there's a Kraken, Posa, BL, and Draft King. Again, players who've competed internationally, whether it be at EWC events or at PNC. Like, they're just some of the top teams, but I think as well, it's worth bringing up maybe some of the lesser known teams. I want to talk about like Per Diem Withholders, Matt. Like, you look at it, they got Gats, Bizzler, Jam, and Life Full of Sorrow, who have been trying to work out who it is, whether it's an alt, but that's another team where if you've been following the Americas scene for a while, there's some names that are going to stand out to you.
Speaking of names, Per Diem Withholders, that feels like that's got a story to it that I don't know, and I feel like I need to know more about it. We're going to be starting everything off and ending everything on Erangel with a Miramar Tego Rondo through the middle of it. We've been getting a lot of double Tegos lately, so it's always good to go back to tried and true double Erangel.
Yeah, of course, 5 maps as well. We don't get the double Erangel, double Miramar that we used to get, but I suppose you got a little taste of that recently when you were in Paris with the old 6 map system, but the 5 map system does change things quite a lot, Matt. Like when you talk about the point threshold for top spot, like I think I was watching Europe earlier today. The top team had 54 points, second place had 52. Like every single map that you add or take away has huge impact on that overall leaderboard.
Yeah, most of the players will tell you that they don't have like a map that they necessarily prefer. More it's that there's one that they just feel like they suck at, off of drops and everything else like that. So whenever we're seeing double Tego come in, squads that are a bit weaker on that have been having some influence on, but most of our squads can kind of rally and handle through everything. But there's a lot of shoulda, woulda, couldas. Gibson, I think that we're almost ready.
Yeah, we're not almost ready. We are ready. We're jumping into Erangel here to kick off PAS, the Cup 1, Week 1, and it's going to be a lot of fun. I'm going to look out for those drop spots, though, right? Because we keep talking about the teams that aren't here. The teams that aren't here, you think about it, like Liquid, Love, George, Pachinki is always where you would see any of those Falcons rosters play. Like, which teams are going to be the ones that are going to say, you know what? They're not going to be our drop spots when we qualify, but we can take advantage of it today. And it looks like Pest Control are going to try to be that team that takes Pachinki in lieu of Falcons being here.
Pest Control, a squad that most people should be pretty familiar with. Yes, they are not playing with their de factos, as we often did see that this was the K-Mine squad that drew a lot of attention. But Joshi, Garam, Shamdo, and Hot and Spicy are going to be taking that one on right now, so we'll have to see how Pest Control manages to handle around Pachinki. Because you hit a great point. As sooner or later, if you take a couple of these spots, you know that you're not going to have them for the later stages. So you are kind of throwing off your rotation plans and preparation by taking one of the better spots now and then having to fight through it later. But looks like we do have a couple of dust-ups on drop that are brewing, leading a little bit down to the south around Quarry and, of course, up to the north around Severny. Circle pops, and it goes down next to Ferry Pier, though.
Yeah, and remember, the faster circles really do up the tempo in these games, but keep an eye up on that north. You got Taysan dropping up there. Some shots are being fired off, but nothing really landing of note. But this is a fight, Matt, where the longer this lasts, the slower it's going to put these teams on rotation. Everyone is going to leapfrog both of these teams in, so it's really important that if you do stay and you commit to this fight, that you're the one that comes out strong and gets all the points.
Specifically controlling vehicles early are going to be the big thing, right? Making sure that you get vehicles on hot drops, or I guess lukewarm drops that we're looking at right now, are very, very important. So that way you can extricate and get ahead of that timing that you're talking about. Because, yeah, you can really end up stuck down here. So I love the fact that Taysan managed to get a vehicle. They're not going to make a commitment into loot. There's plenty of opportunities down to the south. And then whenever you also look at the circle, we're talking about how there was a bit of a centered meta. This is one that you're not going to get too punished on if you go early. You just got to make sure you pick the right spot, because it does have a lot of field in play, as well as, yeah, it still has military base. But I'm just looking at that area north of, I guess, where the bridge is, and that just looks like terrible to play.
Yeah, something worth pointing out as well. If you're willing to give up Severny so early in that hot drop without really fighting at all, what does that say about when we get to the final map of tonight and we go to Erangel once more? Like, our Taysan just going to find somewhere else to go ahead and drop in. I want to talk about another team as well, though. Like, we spoke about Pest Control. If anyone was watching the last set of Cups, there was a team called Injected, right? There was two players in that team called Choppy and Stokely that were really impressive. They did a lot of the good things that Injected were able to do. Matt, they have decided to, join forces with the New Gen All-Stars, who've made two changes. So now we have Punij and Shinboy, who to me are like, bread and butter. Those two players, when you think of one, the other one's usually playing not too far away. And then you add in Choppy and Stokely. It's a big change, but I actually like the dynamic that team could bring.
Yeah, it's a weird energy. Like, whenever you put Punij and Shimboy together, there could be memes galore, there can be tons of fun, but they were often seen as like the young guns, like back in the NPL start and everything else like that they were the up-and-coming squads. Now they're kind of taking on a role of bringing in some new up-and-comers, and I can only imagine how many memes are going on. And is there any Unk energy in that now with Punij and Shinboy? I'm curious.
There's enough Unk energy between me and you without them players bringing in that energy.
Bro, I got all the big Unk energy. Give it to me.
That's what I love about esports. Like, you pop it on, and especially PUBG, all of us talent, we're here. We've been around. We can tell you guys how life is if you give us long enough on the mic, as we watch the worms getting up into the air, earthworms. We got Hooligan in that roster along with Langster. I think this is another team where it's either going to be a troll or they'll be trying to win. Like, you never really know with rosters like this how they're going to play.
One of their players is called lib-maxing. So take your choices. Trolling is potential. But even then, whenever you have good players, I don't necessarily like the idea of trolling per se. It's not like that's what they do. They just play a little bit more wild and throw off. They don't play, I guess, formulaic. And I don't think that that's a problem. We often see squads throughout the history of PUBG in Americas that have managed to find success by specifically fighting the meta and playing opposite of it.
I think I've worked out who Life Full of Sorrow is. I think it's Artoon. I think that's who it is on Per Diem Worth Withholders. A player that I actually casted quite a bit whenever I used to do some of the European scrims and some of the little European tournaments. So you got Jam, Bizzler, Gats, and Artoon getting into the action. Look, I'm a Jam fan, always have been, but like Bizzler to me is a player who you have to keep an eye on. He is one of the top American young players. I think that we've still not seen the best of what he can bring, even though he's been in the scene for quite a few years now, Matt. Like, this is a team that I think...
I was going to say,
yeah,
young player.
It's PUBG. It's PUBG. So, there's...
Yeah.
But you come on.
But it's like, I don't know. It's always hard whenever we define it, because like Bizzler's been in the scene for over half a decade at this point. He's so good, and the fact that it's always been like him trying to fight his way into a squad is just astounding to me. As he's just such a competent player.
I love it. Like, you think back in the last couple of years, he has had some of the biggest individual plays that we've seen, as the Earthworms doing the complete opposite of what their name is, taken to the sky. Well, right on past a 9. I was calling them 911, but it turns out they're 911. So, you know, the Porsche 911. But what do you think of this roster, right? BL was phenomenal recently for Brazil. Obviously is now a world champion from PNC. But this team is another one which it just keeps going to show how much talent Brazil is starting to bring through.
A little bit of a rotation dust up. Nothing crazy yet, as a Nugen All-Stars, you were talking about them a second ago. They're going to try to bypass most of this. So to give you guys an idea on the breakdown of what we're going to be looking at on the circle, we've got a couple of squads. Most notably, it is going to be 911 and Pest Control down the hill outside of Pachinki to the south of it. Fields have a little bit of a rotation problem, as there's not too many places to go. Corey's going to be held down by Blue. Billu maybe. We also have Ying down to the south and Ferry Pier. Only one squad in Worms that opted to jump entirely across. So a lot of late rotations happening into the north. That's making it a little bit more complicated for these rotates. Scam should be fine unless they continue on their merry path a bit too much further over the west, but I think that they're using the hillside as a breakpoint.
Yeah, New Gen All-Stars lost Choppy a little while ago to the hands of the Bizzler as we watch Scam rotate on past. Nice headshot there from Frogman. He's able to land one, turns his attention over towards Plushy as these teams just try to hold the ground that they're handing. And you spoke about the spot they're playing just on the edge of Quarry. A bit of a wide split too when you look at how much ground the 4 players are taking, but I think this is a position you can hold with fewer players, particularly when you can entrench yourself like Frogman's doing right now.
It's good until the 4-man run-up happens,
yeah,
which seems like it happens presently around, I guess, circles 2 to 3.
Mm-hmm.
So as long as you have a decent idea on your control, because they've stretched all the way down to the hillside that's just to the north of Ferry Pier, and that's a very strong location inside the circle. So having one of their players playing 1 point on that gives them perfect regroup opportunity. Also gives them the idea and control on the field. So if they have to rotate around it, hot and spicy though, gonna go ahead and open up, get some damage. Doesn't want too much more. The circle pops, and it's going to lean right on top of FN as well as 911. So all those squads playing in the west, Billu, ATF, they're all in some trouble.
Yeah, hot and spicy, just tossing those nades to try buy himself some time. Like, in reality, he wasn't looking for kills. He was looking for the opportunity to get back into his UAs and rejoin the rest of the team who've fallen a little bit further back. So Pest Control managing to keep all players still alive and inside the server. They'll regroup, they'll get ready as Phase 2 has popped, Matt, and it's gone back towards, you know, the Dirty Dozens just about in play. But the big thing for me is look at how many teams we already have in and around the center of the circle just south of Potch.
Choppy's getting called back in, and yep, you kind of called it. We've got still so much of this in water. Worm's going to be playing down a military base, still kind of eyeing over. Looks like they did at least manage to secure a vehicle, so that's going to be good. ATF's going to have to regroup over into the northwest. That's going to be a pretty hard rotate. Billu, who had themselves a great spot around Quarry, now in some trouble. Late rotators coming out of Severny and what we saw going really far up to the north. They're actually going to be pretty rewarded with this. Pachinki's going to be pretty fine. So there's just going to be the regroup over into the east where maybe Norg and Nugen All-Stars might be on top of each other.
Yeah, Gizera just keeping an eye now over towards Stokely. Remember, they've managed to get Choppy back on, but no Org. Again, you look at this roster. It shouldn't be too long that these 4 players are sitting without one because there are 4 cracked guys on the server. But they'll rotate in. They've got a spot on docks. They can put Benja here on the docks itself. You can keep the rest of the players up on that cliff line overlooking it, and it just gives you so much control And what I love about this is Benya can basically be the forward scout here, Matt. He can keep an eye on everything that's happening over towards this side of the circle, and if he needs help, his teammates can swing and help him out.
Yeah, our focal team right now, I think, is going to mostly be for nothing. They've got a very nice split across a pretty decent control of the center of the circle. So it's going to be Jimu, Napoli, Nine, and Paulo Sam. Seen a couple of those players have some big moments before in the past. So it's going to be interesting to see now that they're going to be the focus of everything. To the west is going to be the harder area to play just due to the fact that it's still got those fields and all the nastiness coming into it. But Pachinki feels like it's become the stopgap point for a lot of our squads. We've got pretty much 5. I'll call 5 because we do have one that's about to kind of encroach into that area. And it's just kind of that no-org situation that you're talking about. I do also want to point out, Benya's gone for a flank. You can see him down on the mini-map there, bottom right. He's kind of seeing if he can keep an eye onto New-Gen All-Stars, and this is a very strong contain angle for no-org because it denies any approach up onto that peninsula.
Yeah, and Choppy's going to have to work with whatever's been put inside that compound as well. Coming back in late, we'll need a new vest, need a new helmet, and need a few more guns in the back pocket as we get ready for that next circle shift. And remember, water ratio is no longer a thing. This could go anywhere from this point. And am I seeing the worms taking to the sky again? Yes, I am. So the worms, they went deep to Millie Island. Now they're going to have to go back up again.
Look, they're just playing old school, like, video game worms. Those things are flying all over the place, from explosions to ninja ropes and all that other stuff. So they're just doing it. They should be able to jump in. The bad part about this circle, though, is that it's mostly that field that we were talking about. FN's going to still have that strong control. They're going to go for a regroup and get that hillside that's got a lot of vision in pretty much the entirety of the circle. That means it's a death funnel up to the north and specifically to the west. 9/11 has at least managed to find a dip to stop at. But we're getting away with this type of positioning right now just because it's game 1. Once we start seeing more, yeah, I was going to say, there's just not going to be enough to allow it. It's going to be no-org rolling through. Pippa gets a knock onto Bizzler. That's also going to be Pippa finding another one. This man, he knows how to get the angles. He's going to go down. Benya! Pippa still alive with Vinny right up in the face, but this got a lot more dusty than they wanted.
Yeah, Pippa's going to try confirm out those kills as the knees start to go off in the distance. Stokely is trying to come in and get involved here on the other side of things. Shinboy, the same as the New-Gen All-Stars, realizes a chance to get some points on the board. Pippa will eventually pop the first aid kit, which we've been waiting on for quite a while, but he will then have to go for the rest. But this is a big opportunity, man, for New-Gen All-Stars to get some points on the board.
But Vinny's got to hold all of this back right now. Vinny does manage to get the knock and a quick flush. Punich, though, gets the knock onto Vinny. Is the timing enough to allow a reset on the other side of it? It looks like at least one res has gone out. They're trying to get over to Gizera. So 2 down for New-Gen All-Stars. Trying to see if they can prep up a nade. Pippa trying to see if he can keep the control angle yet again. But 2 players from New-Gen All-Stars have great angles onto it. Gonna be running forward right into the smoke. They know where Pippa is, and he's got no cover. Finally jumps back into the car. And it looks like it's just getting too hot. He's got to go.
Yeah, Punich tried to pop the tire, but not able to do it, so he's going to go back and try get the res on the Choppy. It looks like Shinboy, he vaulted out of that car and was sent tumbling down to the beachfront, but should be an opportunity to go for that res as well. But keep an eye on what no-org are going to do. Back up to 3, everybody on the full HP, and Pipa's got himself on an off angle. And if Pipa can continue flanking and not get spotted out by, I think that is, you know, Jimu from FN, he could be in a pretty good spot. What a nade that is from Benya.
Looks like they are going to commit into the res onto Benya. Benya is going to commit onto Gizera, but they still have Scam and Gas that are holding back. Oakley's going to roll right up on top of him. New-Gen All-Stars do go down, but they do at least manage to do the damage, and now Pippa's just kind of screwed, stuck over here with nowhere to go. Still so far to even make it into the circle.
Yeah, look, he's inside the blue as well, taking 2 damage every single second that he sits there, so he's going to loot up to try get some meds. So he looks to make his way in, but we know that 4-0 are going to hold them out. There is a compound that I think that maybe we could see Scam stopping for just a moment's time to regroup, but I think they're just going to send it directly in. But this is a good old-fashioned field finishing. Well, inside the fields is where the earthworms and the dirt could really find some success, but look at this rotate by Taysan going right between Duel and Pest Control.
I mean, it's the best play that they've got. They've got to try to avoid use some of the hillsides. 2 players now down, quick flushes, but where do you even go? It doesn't look like there was any pre-mortaring that I saw or anything else like that. So whenever we go fields, a lot of times you can kind of pre-mortar something. Like you can see that's what 9/11's playing from. The problem with it is it's also just extremely mortarable. As that nade's going to roll right on top of him. Biel finds it, and there is just one up. Hi, you're in some trouble. You're going to go down, and is eliminated.
Yeah, they are gone. 9/11 hold their ground using their nades to perfection, and they're up to 4 kills now. Level on top of the leaderboard, but it is, of course, just one map deep so far, so not really worth going into that in too much detail. We've got another angle here from Hot and Spicy. He hits a nice headshot onto Kiss. Looks to find another one. Switches over to the M249. The US going to land right on top, but he's not going to be able to stand tall. Evolve will get that knock and instant flush. The question is, though, with the blue closing in, will they just leave Kiss to his fate and focus on this rotating as we watch Kiss doing the same?
There's nowhere to go. Pest Control is just trying to cut off the angle. It looks like that's going to be Karam's job. Shane Doe's going to go ahead and finish off Kiss from back behind all of this. So now where do you go? A4A just kind of trapped over here. Pest Control at least has a foothold inside the circle. We also have FN that needs to come out from their high side hill that they've been playing for a long time. They pissed off a lot of people, and there's not a lot of places to go. So it's going to be Pest Control coming down the hillside. They managed to dodge out 9/11, but they know where they're at. This is probably just going to be a stop-off. Go for some nades, or are they out? Are they just stuck over here? Is Pest Control in that level of... They could be in a lot of trouble over here. Now, Animaniacs has a great angle just to roll right up on him.
Yeah, Panzer's in the hands of Evolved as well. He's going to jump on out. Will he get the angle to fire it off? Dancing through the smoke, but will land the shot, but Animaniacs are going to get deleted. Karam has arrived, as is Joshy, so they'll get him back up and on their feet. But this is the thing, Matt. This is a position where, historically, it'd be so hard to play these fields, but with all the nades, all the utility being launched in here, there's just so many craters being created, and speaking of ones, there could be another one about to land right on the spot.
This is what I was worried about. This is way too fields, and if you've been watching any of the meta that's been going on internationally, mortars are defining it. If anybody's been able to put in a little bit of work with their mortar play, you can demolish squads the way that we see them all kind of stacked up around this, but not necessarily seeing that same result right now. It's a lot more run and gun. This is old school fields endings, as a lot of the players not really necessarily having the angles of control that they want to go for those mortars yet. It's all going to come down to the new circle. It pops, goes right on top of... Shh, everything's fine.
Did we work out who Jimmy Guzman is yet? I don't think we have. But you're going to call him Jimmy, right? That's what you're going to do? You're going to give him the full Jimmy Guzman treatment.
Every single time somebody says Guzman, I always think of the actor and that section in Community, though. It's like the statue of Guzman they've got going. All right. So, I don't know. We'll have to see. Jimmy Guzman, what you got for us, because you're going to have a lot of attention to the north. Duel's got to get in. Pest Control still has to limp their way into the circle, but down in the southeast, FN's going to be in a lot of trouble. It's going to be a lot of squads shooting them. Mostly a Hooligan from one side, and on the other side, I can't quite make out who that's going to be, but also Ying right in front of them.
Yeah, I think is it 9/11 they're firing this way as well, but Hooligan just about on the edge of the circle.
ALVT is what I was looking at.
Oh, so
I don't know that initial yet.
we'll learn. We will learn over the. It's Alavance is a Alavance is. Will get the mortars dropped in on top of them. Draft King will get a nice knock on the Josh and Paolo. Sam, he gets naded out of there by Yappa from Yin Yang, but he's instantly traded back the other way as they go blow for blow with nades on the edge of the circle. Blue Zone, though, is going to start creeping in on them, and the problem, Matt, is as you enter Phase 5, and with players like we have in this lobby, you're going to go low on HP, and I think for Jimu, this is just his full send.
Yeah, there's nothing to be done. Ying's in some trouble. Looks like they're just trying to make it right over to that dip. Loki gets big punished. You can see he just goes for a peek around that and just almost gets dropped himself. Just nowhere to go. Now it looks like Tayson's also going to try to approach. They don't have too many options. Worm's holding them back, and yet again, it's just going to be the high ground coming up on the other side. Oh, Loki, you good, bro. You've done. Hooligan tries to defend and does a great job. Worms keeps control of the east.
Yeah, dug himself a little hole inside the shelter, and he is going to manage to hit back hardy. 4 kills for the Worms now, as Enlan, Hooligan, and Libmaxing are still... I still can't believe I have to say that name on a broadcast. I'm not going to lie. As Joshy will work his way in here as well, but like there's just... If you're not in this circle already, it's just so hard to find anywhere to play.
Yeah, I was kind of shocked that we didn't see more mortars come in, because it really opens up your capabilities to just deal with all these guys that are in all the little hidey holes and cubbies is you can just counter right into where they're being played from, but instead it's just going to be Worms just kind of having to hunker down into old school fashion while Pest Control is going to try to run in. They're going to get dropped. It's just like you're talking about. Where do you even go? You still have the big squad down into the south, and Alavance, that's going to be, it's got to be French, right? Alavance?
Yeah.
That's holding that and kind of watching Worms, but it's just, I mean, is got center of the circle, but not really control over it.
Shh, it's a secret. Nobody knows they're there, and they've still got center circle. So now Alavons, you talk about it, they've got that rotate to make. I think Bilu, they're going to work their way in. I think that this for Duel is probably your best bet using that BRDM, but just look how much damage it is taking when so many players in the lobby are firing force, and it looks like they've found themselves a crater in the circle. This ain't bad for Duel.
I mean, it's in the circle. It's right on the edge of the circle, and we're still at phase number 6, so it don't feel good, but it doesn't feel bad. It's better than pretty much what we're going to be looking at, having to go down to the south, where Alavance is going to have to make their rotate FN. Bilu, all these guys are going to be walking into the killing fields quite literally, because, I mean, what makes the grass grow? It's going to be blood.
Oh, I thought you were going to say something like water, but yeah. I guess in PUBG you're not wrong. As Kraken peeks on up, he's going to try to rise up from the depths and maybe take some more points on board for them. But like, you look at the circle, right? I'm looking at Bilu, and I feel like realistically is their best bet to maybe push north in towards ATF, or do they go for a different sort of send? Enland's going to get a nice shot on, and to ALVT we were speaking about what their rotate was going to be like, and they found a crater as well, but this one's even worse than the Duel one, because this one is just about half and half inside the circle.
Coming down from that hillside, you'll take just about anything,
Yeah.
but you're right. It's going to be right there. I don't know really where you go after this. FN is just kind of trapped. They're probably going to die to blue zone. Maybe if they try to wrap in behind this, I don't know. I think that they're going to try to met it out. Bilu, they're just going to be eating a ton of blue. They've got the only compound that's really been in the circle for so long, and they pissed off a lot of people due to it, so they're going to walk into a crossfire. Duel is also now having to just kind of hold back 9/11, but it feels like the aggressors that are taking control over the circle are 9/11. They are coming in from that northeastern area, and they're just doing a good job on making sure to navigate the dips properly.
Yeah, it looks like Duel are down to a 3 here as well, so they're kind of on the northern side, but they'll just hope that maybe some attention will be drawn elsewhere. Bilu look like they're going to make that move kind of north towards the center of the circle, but with some foliage kind of in the way, they might get some shots off. Wooly, he's going to get one shot as we get the other from Beal getting that knock onto Plushy, and this is looking pretty bad now for ATF, and I think this team, this ATF side, they're not really going to live up to the acronym, right? Alcohol, tobacco, and firearms, because they're going to get blown out of the water here by these nades.
Yeah, this is going to be really hard to handle. I don't even know really what you do. Duel's got such control over these angles of approach already. Sitting still like that for long enough to let that snipe go off has just been brutal efficiency coming up from Duel. Is, yeah, playing with 3. I don't know if they've been playing this whole time with 3 and they don't have their 4th, or if they just disconnected after dying, or what's happening there. But Bill for us going to go down. Is the cost worth it? Because they're at least managing to stack some control over here. The circle abandons them, though, and they're going to be having to walk right into the defensive line of
Yeah, Panther's actually going to get there to get that res on the Bale as well, so they will live to fight another day, and what they need now is for somebody to force to kind of focus elsewhere, but that's not going to happen, because 9/11 have got their eyes on Duel. Sure, kind of picking their poison, which with fight they want to go to. You think the Bilu could move in on them? Duel could as well. I think that Bilu are a bit more focused on ALVT on the edge of the circle to kind of clear up the southern side and focus more into the center. The Worms push is the one that I'm curious about, Matt. Like, are they just going to direct send it in, or do they kind of take the same approach? Maybe move up towards 9/11 to clear that section?
Well, they don't have the best approach due to 9/11's positioning. That's going to be one of the flattest sections of the field that we're looking at. Duel still has a little bit of a ridgeline that they can work with. They're trying to keep that in kind of distance between them. Blue is going to have nades to rain them down. At least Frogman's going to be able to get the flush. Now it's just going to be all on to Alavance to be in some trouble over here. The longer you manage to survive, though, that's going to keep Bilu distracted like you were talking about. There is a world where Duel can sneak in to an angle if gets distracted off of Bilu down to the south.
Yeah, and I'm just...
But, I mean, Bilu's got the angle of approach. They've actually managed to get in the circle and is just let him have it.
Yeah, and I think it's just the way that the terrain is working out. It's given Bilu just about the bit of space that they need, but they're still not all in side, right? Frogman's got to join Tavon or Knight of On. You've got Vinny, who's got to make his move. As you can see, the blue starting to move in, and as he steps on up inside the Dacia, you'll see a ton of teams focusing, but look at this. Alvinitz is going to step up and get lib-maxing. Quick knock and flush there from MCC. He falls at the hands of DraftKing, and then there were 5, and Jimmy Guzman will find Knight of On.
Okay, the quiet is about to get really loud as Walsh has been playing pretty, I guess, defensive right now because they haven't had to deal with too much. 911 is getting more active into this northeast. You can see that there is this slight, I guess, increase on the hillside. This is what 911 has been using to navigate and take their firefights. They're about to start to lose it, though, once they get to the top. You can see it's going to be all across the circle, but they do at least have a crater to play, so it'll give them something in the level of control right next to where we see how do we hype in its positioning? It keeps throwing off my timing.
Yeah, you can't really go shh and get excited about it, can you?
Oh my god,
yeah.
It just doesn't work.
You know what? They'll be the perfect backstab team, though. You know, like you say 9-11 getting snuck up on by shh. But at the minute, it's them that have to kind of focus on it. Still 4 players strong, but Kraken should be able. Come on, Kraken, you got to hit those, and he does. He manages to find 1 knock, but unfortunately for him, Bilu are providing to be the alloys needed at this point in time. Duel, they're going to make their move as Kraken will take down Tavon for the 2nd time. Vinny finds Posa as everybody, apart from Duel, is getting involved in these fights, and that's still giving them some options to move. But man, you know it as well as I do. The second their vehicle starts to get on the move, all 3 teams are probably going to start shooting. It's the BRDM act. Did they get it healed?
They don't have the angles for it. You can see that this is the little ridgeline that I was talking about a second ago. They can still continue to play this, and it denies out Bilu's positioning. So it just had to get him into the circle, and that's going to be enough. Now we really just see SH being, haha, that's how I'm going to do it, a shield for them, specifically from 911. The problem is, this ridgeline, not in the new circle. So this is going to be Duel having to use this ridgeline to push forward. That's open up Bilu down to the south. More movement, but they're getting into a pretty big entanglement with 911 while Worms Hooligan is still alive, kind of in the middle of it all watching.
Yeah, and he's going to just try to get as many points out of this game as he can. Duel, they've got that exploded BRDM and a couple of deployable shields to provide them with some cover. Everybody else, bellies to the ground inside what has essentially become craft circles of all these craters inside the field finish. Phase 8 about to close. DraftKing will find Hooligan. The Earthworms have been sent back into the dirt, and now Bilu's Vinny's going to take some damage once more, but Tavon somehow still alive. He gets the knock on the post, but you know, oh my god, Morelia, what a nade that was on the DraftKing, and 911 in some trouble here.
I mean, if it was anybody else but Posa knocked, Posa would already be committing to that res, man. That's what he goes for, but 911 should have the time and the spacings to work with. I don't know what their utility is going to be looking like, but it's pretty much them and Bilu that are going to be lined up against each other, and then we're going to have the Western fight where it's going to be Duel and SHs all on top of each other. Bilu hasn't quite figured out which is going to be their focal angle, because this is all just going to come down to aim. Remember, we are in TPP, so everybody's just going to be looking for a little bit of a head to pop up to go for some shots onto it. Duel's still going to keep using their smokes. Not much left. Santi's got the LMG ready and raring to go right as soon as Duel walks down that hillside, but 911 all stacked up on top of each other makes me really nervous for nades.
Yeah, 911 are trying to move closer and closer to that center point to give them more control. They do not want to be the last team moving. Jimmy Guzman, he's going to step on up as to steal it from you. SH are going to start activating now. Robert gets one. Kalnick's got that knock. And now you can see Bilu still 3 players up, but only 1 kill on the board so far. Nades getting dropped on in. Frogman has been deleted. Penta, he found Vinny, and Bilu now suddenly getting torn asunder as Posa secures center circle for 911.
It's all about the pacings and timings. 911 has played this so efficiently. Now they've gotten control over the east. Duel at least has Penta inside the circle, but they know exactly where he is. SH is now in some trouble because they had one of their players go down off of the Duel approach. So now 911 has all of the factors working in their favor. They just have to be cautious. It's cost them a lot. You can see they don't have much left to work with as far as ammo goes. Posa doesn't even have a helmet. So now it's just going to be SHs and how they're going to play around. The Santi goes for a flanker on the side, and it's exchange. Big knocks. Now DraftKing, he's going to go down. And just like that, 10 kills. Shh. They put on a performance.
Yeah, big game from they held center circle. They played it well. 911, they were playing with house money at one point, Matt. They had full center control. They tried to make the big wrap up the side, but stood tall and they get the first chicken dinner of this PAS2 series.
That flank at the end of it was so well done. Had just been like holding position for so long. They were just, I wouldn't say they were playing passive because they were having to defend over to the west. So once that finally calmed down, to go for the backstab, double up onto the positioning that 9/11 was playing whenever they were going for more of the brute force for circle control was so smart. It got them into the point, unlocked everything, and completely turned around. Because you can see that the hold angle on it that came up was just perfectly timed for the push from 9/11.
Yeah, and look at the point breakdown then. Managed to get 20, a nice 10 placement points to go with those 10 kills. 9/11 not too far away, and then there's a drop down to Duel with 8 points. But as you kind of look through the leaderboard, I think the only team not to pick up any points whatsoever. But you got to give credit, like teams like For Nothing, 7 kills on the board for them. Earthworms got 5. Like a couple of these teams fragged out.
Yeah, it's pretty top heavy right now. I feel like this was just game one to get everybody's, like, I guess, nerves out and to get their feelings back underneath of them and, like, understand how to navigate the circle. It definitely played, I would say, a little bit slower. But given the fact that we kind of had a fields ending and a kind of more a center meta that's been going on right now with not as much edge firefighting that's going to be going on, it kind of threw off, I would say, plans into plans because you had everybody that was trying to get a feel for drop. Then the circles didn't really give you a good timing to get into the circle the way that you wanted to. And it just kind of led to everybody having to play way more defensive than I think a lot of squads were wanting to do in that scenario.
Yeah, and that field finish is just, it's a hell of a way to kick off PAS2 in the year anyway, that's for sure. With so many teams playing inside of holes that were created by mortars, by nades. And you know yourself, Matt, the longer the game went on, the more holes that were being created with the amount of utility that was just getting tossed around.
I mean, respect where it's due. SH managed to hold out that spot for a long time and had to deal with some pretty big problems in approach. Very strong squads, BRDMs, all that mess. But on the other side of it, 9/11 was left with nothing in the tank. They brought it all and used it all to try to make it into that top 2.
Yeah, they did. But you know what? They're starting off the day pretty strong as well. 17 points for them. But I'll tell you what we're going to do. We're going to jump into a very quick break. And when we come back, it'll be game number 2. Don't go anywhere.
A new in-game tutorial for beginning players, some added fun for arcade mode, and updates to how you communicate on the battlegrounds. All this and more as we dive into the Update 42.2 patch report. First up, we're giving Battlegrounds beginners a new crash course in how to play with a new in-game tutorial. The tutorial will take beginners through the core PUBG gameplay loop of landing, looting, and surviving, while teaching all the things a successful survivor needs to look out for. The tutorial is broken up into different chapters, and the entire experience should take a new player about 10 minutes to complete. You'll be walked through all the fundamentals by a special AI squad mate, who will rate your performance and let you know how you did and what you need to work on still through text and voice feedback. There are even rewards for completing the tutorial based on your rank. Whoever said learning wasn't rewarding? Next, 2 games are coming to arcade mode in this update. First, Hot Drop is making its chaotic return, forcing you and lots of enemies to drop into one small but highly contested area. The chaos begins from the moment your boots touch, so grab what you can quickly and, well, good luck. The other game mode is Solo Deathmatch, where you are your own team up against up to 13 other players. It's every lone survivor for themselves in an all-up battle for points as you get kills, die, and respawn, all while trying to rack up as many points as possible. These modes are only available for limited times, so be sure to check out the patch notes page for details. Communication just got a bit quicker and clearer with the new radio message system. Players now have access to more options for communicating with their teammates if voice chat isn't an option for them, or they just need to get a message across clearly. This also includes updates to the world and item markers, and a refinement to the markers overall. So give it a try next time you need to tell your buddy exactly where they missed that level 3 vest. And console players will be seeing the graphical improvements and out-game menu loading speed improvements we mentioned in the roadmap during July. So be sure to send us some of those pretty new screenshots on our socials. And even more console updates are coming soon, so keep an eye on future patch notes. There are also new information tabs on the world maps, some optimization improvements to Tago, world updates to Rondo, and more. So be sure to check out the patch notes for full details. Update 42.2 is here, so embrace chaos in Hot Drop, push some new pals toward the tutorial, and take the lead when communicating with your squad. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
My moment, I'm gonna take it. Got one chance and I will not waste it. All of my life I had a dream with patience. Independent winner, but I came from the pavement. My life in danger, no name mags, the scene I came up. When are they all gonna wake up? Told them all get they weight up. Wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up. When are they all gonna wake up? Wake up, wake up, wake up. When are they all gonna wake up? I was just doing my thing. I was stacking, ballin', then I maintained. I came up proper, I ain't gon' change. I came in, locked it, know my name. Stand tall, I don't fold. All my brothers, they trained to go. Now next up, ready for the throne. Don't test me, cause I'm in my zone. Don't test me, cause I'm in my zone. Don't test me, cause I'm in my zone.
If you haven't scanned that QR code yet, get on it, get your team signed up and play in the scrims this week, where next week then you could get a chance to get casted by people like myself, like Poro, like Matt, who is on the broadcast tonight, to get some action involved. But we're switching things over, Matt, over to Miramar for game number 2 of the night. And if you were at home and you missed game number 1, well, let's just say 9-11 kicked things off strong, but shh, finishing top of the leaderboard after game 1.
I appreciate your commitment to it. I'm just going to call them SHs whenever I'm getting hyped.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. There's no way to make the sound properly. Plus, I don't know. I love the name, but at the same time, I feel this is one of those names I feel like they're doing just to mess with us to a certain degree. They're like, oh, the casters. Let's hear how they're going to try to hype this. I know it.
I'm just trying to make sure that I don't like add 2 letters at the end and be like, oh well, SH is the team's name. Yes. As we watch them drop on and
big commitment to Minas.
Yeah, I'm looking.
Lots of squads going that direction.
I'm looking at it. It looks like again Pest have decided they're going to take the Falcons drops, but it's not often we see this many teams dropping a Minas this early on, right?
Minas, Lucaria, Pozo. Pozo can at least support it, so that shouldn't be that big of a problem. Cabrera can get a little bit dicey whenever we're looking at it up here, but I think that I don't know. There is enough of an encroachment that's going to be weird. This is now Tayson kind of involved in 2 different hot drops right off the go. Circle props, middle of Cabrera, though, so I guess not all's bad.
Yeah, and this is the hot drop that kind of happened in the last map as well, but this time they're going to commit to it. As you know, Danny will get that knock on the rise. Remember, you know, the only team without a kill on the board, and well, he just sent himself out the window as Oradana was able to find those shots that got that knock. But I feel like this is really important for you know in a 5-map night to get something out of this fight.
Hitting shots on somebody dropping out of a window from that range can be incredibly difficult. So, the fact that he managed to get the follow-up taps on it, absolutely outstanding. Tayson already has an idea on the other side of it. Oh, Oriana just hits a nice drop on easy pickups.
Yeah, that's 200 damage for him now. He's got 2 knocks on the board as well, using the mutant of all weapons as Hi will look over on the edge for you know the M4. Not a lot of ammo in the reserve for it, so they'll still kind of be going through that looting phase as they continue on with this fight. But you know, losing Q-Man very, very early, and for you know players like Danny, Rybo, Hi, like these are players we know. These are players that you'd kind of expect a little bit more from, but at least they have got their first point of the night.
Listening for footsteps now. He knows the threats down below him. He's got the pump action, so he can try to turn this back around. Ooh, that was a bad time to go for the vault. He's now been spotted out, and that's going to mean that they're going to hear the footsteps. Goes for the shots. Doesn't really get much out of it. Ordana just absolutely massacring, you know, right now. He is ruining their day.
300 damage and looking to add a little bit more. Rybo and Danny stacked up on each other's shoulders on the other side of this wall, just trying to get the angle from the perspective to allow them to get some shots onto Kaibutsu. But for now, you know, in a really bad spot. Oradana finds another one as Danny's going to fall. He is just having his way with you know right now, and there's just one player left standing. Tayson, they were the team that fleed as well, if I remember right, last time around, and they're really bringing the fight to you know.
Flee versus actually timing it well. Ooh, Ribbo gets 1, gets 2. He's starting to spin it back around. Other side of this, information's getting fed over, and he's got to be careful about this nade. He's in a bad spot, and he knows it. Tries to retreat. Damage not going to come up big. 30 rounds left. He wants to try to get that flush, so that way information can't get fed over onto his positioning. Nico on the other side of it. He's got the shotty. Who's going to finish it? Shotgun doesn't really connect. Rebo's going to go for the run up. Not going to be able to get it. Nico gets the reload and the knock.
Yeah, I think that going for the play, he tried to get that last kill, knowing there was one player left alive, but he was just too slow. Like, you knew that the 2 barrels would be ready to fire once more, and the more you close the gap against a shotgun, the more things are going to go in favor of the defensive player. R2, and this should be easy for Posa. This should be easy. Posa steps on up, Posa knocks him down, and R2, well, I bigged him up. I said it was nice to see him playing for this team, you know, a European in the lobby, but he's not had the best night of it so far.
And here we see a Posa in his natural environment. A lonely being, hiding out the high ground, scouting it for his teammates, waiting to see if he can vulture up another kill. Fine with just getting this one meal, he will let the other one pass in the night, knowing that this is now his territory.
And he'll just continue to play that spot, Matt. You know, this is his hunting ground.
He will.
This is his natural zone, as you called it. Looking around the map, it looks like I think Tayson are going to get all 4 players back up because they've got that pickup called in. Yin Yang not too far away, but you know, you look at this circle and you look at the rotate paths, right? The earthworms, it makes perfect sense for them to go up. Yeah, MC, we could talk about him firing those shots up, but he'll keep on driving. But it makes perfect sense for the earthworms to go up through Alcantara and then through El Pozo, you know, past El Pozo into the circle. I think ALVT, Alavant, they're going to make that rotate on the northern side that we see them kind of doing already. The big one for me is, they were center circle last time, Matt, in the fields. I think their best rotate's probably going really far north. Again, kind of following in where you see Alvanats and the Animaniacs working their way in.
So to give you guys an idea on the circle and what we're kind of looking at right now is we've got Crater Field that's just off to the center to the west. Bilu as well as Ying are going to be over there, but Ying's running a pretty separated positioning that they're playing. So they're running a 2-2 split, trying to hold both sides of the crater. Bit difficult. We're also getting a big focal point around the factory, or the crater factory, depending on how you want to call it. That's going to be where 9/11's playing, very strong point, and that's going to be, again, double sides on the crater trying to hold it together. Ying's going to go for their regroup. The 2-2 splits are strong, but we've been seeing a lot of 4-man crashes come in early inside this meta, so no big surprise. Outside of that, no org's also going to be over here for nothing, also going to be just to the south of what we're going to be looking at. So most of the high ground territory is getting claimed very early, and that means that the late rotators are going to be coming into, I guess, the lower sections and valley play that they're going to have to commit into, and that's going to be brutal to fight your way up.
Yeah, and if you do want to keep an eye on the map, !map in chat, and if you do want to sign up for PAS, make sure and scan that QR code on your screen right now. That will allow you to take part in the scrims next week. You can sign up with 3 more of your friends and try get involved in next week's cup. If you're in the European region, there will be PEC information available on the PEC broadcast as well. And just to kind of finish off, have a look at that handsome man on your screen right now. We're just a few days away, Matt, from the next circuit of PGS as well.
Oh, yeah, and then it's all going to get crazy yet again. There's several weeks of action all going to be kind of building up. 2 different sides. We're going to have the Americas and what's going to be going on with the Cups while PGS is happening. Biel, though, he's got a focal point on Foonage, goes for the shots, does get the knock, the timing on it, good. Finally, Biel does get it. Stokely, though, doesn't look like he's going to commit for too much more. He does have that ridge line, and yep, it is going to be a stop-off. So just a nade between the two. Who's going to cook it better? Biel's going to have the ability to move far more efficiently, so Stokely's going to take damage. Retreat, but looks like Shinboy was trying to see if he could get a pinch angle on the side of that wall. Not going to find it.
I'm disappointed you didn't give BL the same treatment that you gave Posa earlier, as both of these ambush predators were able to catch players moving up their way. Kraken will join as he'll not quite live a solitary life all by himself anymore in this position, but I think now is the time to do it. BL, he'll step on up, confirm out that kill as 9/11. Get 2 kills on the board already in this map to go with the bunch that they got in the last, and Matt, that's a bit of a violent shift down towards Pozo.
Yeah, okay, well, I mean, if you're a late rotator like or Duel, congratulations, you can now go pose aside. We even also have the compound just pretty much due to the south in the circle, right along the zone. That's going to be a very good compound to play. All the guys that were playing high ground, remember how we talked about that they had claimed near on everything? 9/11 going to go for a regroup, but congratulations, everybody that's going to be up to the northwest, to the northeast, into the east itself. You're going to be running through a ravine of teams already set up on defense, and good shots coming out from Legion All-Stars to kind of force away Animaniacs, get something out of a situation that wasn't going well for him earlier.
Yeah, Shinboy confirms out that, and there's nothing Evolt could do, as the Animaniacs can just watch their teammate fall as Lauren will drop, and now you'll see New Gen All-Stars start firing their shots back the other way. And I do have one question for you. First off, are you a fan of the 911 Turbo or the 911 car?
I mean, I'm poor enough that I don't really know enough about it one way or the other to care. Well, it's pretty, and it looks like it go fast.
Here's the real question. Do you like the powertrain of this 911 that we got in the roster or in the lobby?
Haha! I like the horsepower on this one quite a bit more. I can see where you're going with it. Tayson, they've had to leave up to the north of Capraria. Looks like they're going to find themselves a yin-yang. Loki going to try to get a nade one side of it. He's a bit isolated right now, but this is a very aggressive moving squad. Is Tayson, Nico going to go ahead and find a one on Ying. Go ahead and get the flush fast on it. These guys just hone in and chase down individuals so fast. And Yin Yang coming down the hill. Loki, though, gets the knock. That was a needed knock. That was the rest of the squad in some trouble, but damage still being done. Coming down from the high ground, just too punishable. Yeah,
and Loki, of course, the god of trickery and mischief, will need to carry out some mischief as the last player left alive for Yin Yang. And he finds himself in not a great spot whatsoever. Oradana has been absolutely fragging out this map so far. 5 kills for him. Loki's position is well known. Kaibatsu begins moving on in. Oradana's pushing in from the other side. He's fleeing it back inside these positions. But you feel like, Loki, it could be now or never for you to make this last stand.
Trying to see if he can take the fight on the other side of it. Runs out. Kaibitsu just manages to get enough damage. And Tayson, 8 kills and counting as they continue their climb. Positioning being very strong for the squad. I'm going to be... this is... I guess efficient is the only way I can say. Is just brutal efficiency. The way that they charge through these circles and the way that they handle it is reminiscent of about a year or two ago meta, but they've got the confidence on their moves. I give them that.
No, we've got the guy in that roster called Kaibatsu. Do you remember Grand Theft Auto Vice City? Was the car the Maibatsu Thunder or the Kaibatsu Thunder?
I do not remember. I will be honest on it. Like,
is anyone old enough to know that Vice City reference, or am I just showing my age here? Or did you just not listen to radio in the game?
There's just been too many of them since then, so I cannot recall. Noborg making a rotate right next to Scam and 911 both. They're going to try to use the hillsides for cover one side of it. That's going to open up a movement for FN down to the south, though. They're going to use the opportunity to get right up next to potentially a little bit of a peninsula hillside, but I don't know if they want to stay on. It doesn't feel too good, but you got to give Noborg credit. This is a very efficient rotate, specifically through 2 strong squads that really want to rip them apart. 911 just doesn't have the angle for it that they wanted.
Yeah, Draft King, he's on the high ground, not too far from where we saw Posa ambush somebody a little while ago, and they'll watch Noorg as they rotate on by the Brazilians and Argentinians looking to do damage onto the other roster of Brazilians and Argentinians. But Phase 3 is going to start moving in about 7 seconds time. Circle, as we kind of spoke about, Crater Field still being held on, El Pozo still inside the circle too. I actually really like this 9-11 position because DraftKing and Posa, they can just rock on up to where you see BL playing a little bit later on, and they've got great lines of sight throughout everything inside the zone.
Yeah, I mean, 9-11's going to have high ground vision. Tayson's going to be down controlling just right next to Noorg. That's going to feel really good. ATF in some trouble. Noorg still just holding their defense right along this road. Going to be very strong. Looks like Scam's going to be the other side of it. So Noorg, 9-11 putting the punishment on to Scam on their approach, and I don't know really where you could go. Looks like Scam is going to try to make the commitment into this road lay, but Noorg can just regroup, so they don't really have to worry about it. It's just kind of pick up a kill and let it happen, and if Scam tries to fill in back behind him too much further, they're just going to get punished for it.
Yeah, I think Noorg are making the right play for nothing. I think they're another team that'll hold Scam, so for now is their best play to just play this ridge line and maybe get some shots off on the Napoli as he rotates in from that southern side. New Gen All-Stars have just been wiped in the blink of an eye by Evolt and Ortray, by the way. Remember, those two teams have been fighting for quite a while just north of Crater Fields, and that's bought them all the space to rotate in. But Matt, we got Pest Control up here against ALVT.
This is going to be over into the west of everything. Pest Control's got the high ground and the defensive position. So Alavant's going to be making the more aggressive push down below him. It looks like Pest Control doesn't really like the angle on it. And they're much more separated. They were going for territory control, so this is going to be what we were leaning into, what we were talking about beforehand. The 4-man squad coming in Wolfpack is going to make it a lot scary for these more defensive positions whenever you're holding on to the edge.
Mortars.
There's a mortar.
Yeah.
I was wondering where they were.
Yeah, it's not close enough, though. It's close, but not close enough to Noorg. And it just kind of gives them a dip that they can play too, if needs be now. Just a little bit behind them. Pest Control, he's got Shane Doe looking over towards the rest of Alavance, and the circle shifts to Taysan, and they find themselves holding a brilliant compound. But let's be real, Matt, it's a bit of a frying pan, right? All these positions around it kind of have the high ground.
Yes, but the problem with it is for everybody else. 9-11's in a great spot. Taysan doesn't have to worry about it. Noorg's going to have some issues because it's just going to be people playing. The south, you've got the ridge line that you can see trying to hold down. I wouldn't be surprised if they regroup. But the area to the west of Tayson is going to be pretty flat. Pest Control is going to have some high ground that they can work around.
Mortar.
Noorg. There you go. Just a matter of time before we started seeing those connect. I knew our players here had enough aim to make it work.
I thought a Kraken was supposed to rise up from the depths, not strike from up on high, but that's exactly what's going to happen. But MCC from Alavance, he's got to rotate in now, and Pest Control looks like they've already given up this position to focus on getting deeper in the zone and getting some placement points to go as well with some kills. But Joshy, he's got Frogman in his sights, and well, Frogman ain't able to hop away from that one as Joshy picks up the knock and will go for the instant flush.
Pest Control is a bit nervous about Alavance back behind him, so they're not going to make too much of a commitment in. Looks like Shane Doe is going to move down to the lower side of that, and I think it's going to be on to Tavon. They'll kind of hold that back. That car is going to be rolling right through the wrong neighborhood if he's not careful. Passes right next to it. Yeah, oh, nice. Tavon gets a decent knock. Pest control, while they have the high ground, it's so hard to secure these kills. They don't want to feed them over to anybody else. They're going to move in a more dangerous position, and Tayson's got the angle onto him. So it's just going to be a retreat yet again while Alvance is still back behind pest control.
I don't think that Joshy meant to take out the pickaxe at that situation, but he's able to get himself back into cover. Posa, he's got the M249, but taking some damage now from Kiss off in the distance. He'll get himself into another position where he can start getting firing shots off once more. Earthworms, they're not too far away to the north, as is Lauren from the Animaniacs, but this nade, is it going to be good enough? Tossed up over that ridge line, is it going to land? No, it's just a little short.
Lauren's kind of trapped. Worms are going to be playing over next to him, made it way more difficult. So this is Animaniacs kind of fighting from a very desperate position. Other side, FN, they've got themselves the shack, the high ground, and a killing field angle onto all that moves down below them. Per diem really wishing they could get a higher per diem right now because they are going to get sent back to the lobby and it's time to order dinner.
Yeah, they're withheld out of this lobby anyway. They're going to fall in 12th place. Paolo Sam, he's able to get 3 kills on the board for him, and well, they've just bought themselves a little bit of space on the edge of the circle for now. I think he's considering dipping his toes into the blue for just a little bit. Zur dipping his toes pretty close to Joshy, who's going to have full information on his position, but it's going to take Zur to get a little closer to that ridge line to work out exactly where he is standing. The rest of Pest Control going to provide some footsteps, and that's going to give information to Zur as well. And that's a bit of bait, but Zur managed to find one. Joshy trades it back, but there was an attempted bait and switch there, Matt.
Yeah, Nate's going to go ahead and finish that off. Tayson, they've got themselves a mortar. They've got the compound. 9/11 still's got the high ground. So Animaniac's going to have to fight their way up against 9/11, who can just really focus into the west. Bilyeu also having to deal with Alavance, who's going to have to be making their rotate. Just the south. Duel going to also have to move into that no man's land field area over to the west. Well, everybody else pretty much going to be okay. The only other big moving factor into the east is going to be the remnants of For Nothing. So the firefight that we're going to be looking at is going to be pretty much just trying to hunker down and avoid the mortars coming out from Tayson and the high ground angles from 9/11. Good luck, everybody alive.
Yeah, SH are just rotating their way in from that southern side as well. The last of the late rotators here, really, as Posa is going to pull the pin on that nade, and he's going to get 2 knocks with the M249. And now he's really only got to worry about 2 more Animaniacs standing. Tosses another nade over. Another shot from Posa as he's got that M249 singing a beautiful tune. And the Animaniacs are just getting ripped apart here by Posa.
The efficiency on how he's firing. He's just not unloading. He's just doing enough of what he needs to do so that way he can lean into the ammo count for whenever he needs it. Looks like he might go for a bit more of a retreat on angle, realizing that it's going to be much better handled by Zakraken on the other side of it. Play the lower side of the hill. But everybody from Animaniacs just stacked on top of each other right now. Posa has to know that they're in that smoke. Zakraken, you just waiting for him? Let him res. You gotta farm those damage numbers, right?
Yeah, why not? Just force Posa to waste a bit more ammo here as well, as he will eventually kill Kiss, but there is a Bolty in the hands at the other side. Turning our attention a little further away from this fight, you've still got Bilyeu and Alvance on the edge of the circle. Tavon, I thought about putting down that deployable sheet. Frogman back on his feet, having got knocked earlier, as Kraken will get his 5th kill confirmed. Or Trey getting deleted, but I love how Frogman is just baiting so much utility here, Matt, without taking any damage.
Oh, Posa playing the patient game. Just trying to say, okay, you want to try to go for another res? Are you just going to surrender it to the blue after all this time? Deny Posa anything. He doesn't get the kill.
I'd be fuming.
Blue zone's going to eat it, so that's going to be enough. 9/11, though, they're going to be fine. They've got control over this hillside, and now they're going to focus in on what's going on with Bilyeu as well as Alvance on the other side, and it sucks over here.
Yeah, the second that 9/11 dealt with them, they turn their attention back to the center of the lobby, and they just start raining hellfire down. Ben Katori, I think, taking some inspiration from the Na'Vi player, who's absolutely insane playing inside the dip. He's going to get his kill confirmed on the Frogman. That's going to be a bit of a flip, but Tyvon just about staying out of that range of fire. Penta is down on the edge of the circle, but the blue zone, Matt, phase 6, going to start closing very, very soon onto these players. And the rest of Duel, look at the angle Mika's got himself on. He's got such good sight lines on the south.
Halavance, you are pretty much done for over here. Timing for it, no matter how it goes. Worm's going to be on the other side. Bilu's going to go ahead and finish it out. But now, Bilu, you got to work with Worms to the north, nowhere that they can go. 9/11 finally loses their high ground, as it is going to be ATF and their remnants, as well as Tayson in control of the circle. Duel can wrap more into the east, so Bilu really just has to deal with Worms, but benefit, 9/11's kind of handling that for him.
Yeah, 9/11, they'll be moving into the circle. They do have vehicles in reserve. Remember, they've been posted up here for a long time, and that Bronco will come flying down the hill when it comes, and I think that is going to be the call. I think, looking at it this way, are they going to reverse down the hill, maybe?
They don't have ammo. They don't have anything to really fight against this with. You can see they've been up here for so long. They haven't been getting in the crates. DraftKings sitting on 11 rounds right now. We saw Posa was starting to get pretty low. I mean, as far as an M249 goes, he had a reload on it. But, I mean, DraftKings making those 11 work. And that's going to be all she wrote. 30 in the other one. This is going to be hyper low economy. Just emptying what you can and feeding it back over as Worm. No other options. Bilu actually makes his sin straight on top of Tayson with nowhere else to go.
Yeah, his Rise going to toss that nade on over. Kaibatsu took down Murillo, and Kaibatsu's going to take him down to 1 HP, confirming out his kill. That's 9 for Tayson, having picked up those few points early on, taking out as the Earthworms are deleted once more. Oradana, 687 damage, no longer top of the leaderboard because it was some farming done by 9/11 up on the hills, but where do they go? You pointed out no real ammo to work with. They're going to send it down, maybe try get a kill and pick something up off a body.
Kraken. Yeah, as the Kraken was playing down in that lower section and he scouted out the ATF positioning, he wanted to go for a couple of shots, but I mean, you can see not much ammo to work with. Is this nade going to be enough? He's got tons of nades, but 2 players down for 9/11 already, afraid of the flank back behind him, but it's going to be actually assistance at range coming up. Arctic Fox is going to get eliminated, and that's going to slow back down the pacing over here. FN was assisting on a third party, really coming up at a big time. So now we've got Bilu still right up on top of Tayson to the south. It's going to be Duel getting right up next to FN, and 9/11 still surviving with no ammo or utility really to work with.
Yeah, but Antarctic Fox died beside them, so those are 2 crates that they can maybe share the ammo out of, and it looks like DraftKings went over to try pick some up. Kraken did get some extra ammo. He took down Paolo Sam for nothing, and they are deleted as Duel combined with Kraken from 9/11, and we've got ourselves 4 teams left standing. Kraken down to 1 HP in a dream as he takes heavy fire from Duel, but it centers up on Tayson again. Tavon is still alive for Bilu, but it looks like Tayson are just not willing to push Tavon just yet because they don't want to take a couple knocks because that'll invite a push from elsewhere.
They can't. Duel's got too good of an angle onto that compound, and they kept glancing that direction. Every single time they started moving over to go after Tavon, it was just bait that Duel could use to try to take a couple of shots. So that's why you can see it's got the angle right in between those buildings has forced Tayson to be all stacked on top of each other. They're going to go for a regroup. They keep hearing these firefights going on to the south. This is incredibly smart coming up from Tayson. They're surrendering the southern section of the compounds, assuming that maybe 9/11 or Duel are just going to have to commit into a hard crash and just open it up and see if they can go for any counter shots onto them on their approach. Give them the territory early, give them bait, and make them fight amongst themselves.
Yeah, 9/11 though, look at that. 33 points so far, and they're not done just yet on this map. 4 players still up and alive. Duel, they've got 4 of their own, but both of these teams want to move to the same position. I think the Duel might just play the ridgeline on the edge, and that's exactly where Balefrost is going to go for now. And this is that game of leapfrog, right? You send a couple of players in, that distracts 9/11, and the other players on the edge, Mika in particular, could potentially cause a world of pain. Because I think 9/11 think that maybe all of Duel are in this dip.
I don't like it, though. If there's any nades that 9/11 has, this is an easy toss into position, trying to prep them out. How is the utility going to start raining down? It's just a ton of flashes to try to stall it out. They need to make the foot push. I think that they just don't have the frags for it, so they just have to run through the smokes. Angle's a bit low on one side of it. Does the Kraken even realize that he's got somebody right on top of him? Suddenly, everything's all come apart. It is just one up in Kraken in the middle of the smokes, but 2 players still up for Duel as the dance around the smoke's going to come up. Do they know where he is? Looks like the nade's going to come out, start going for the flushes, but the timing is terrible to try to go for any res. There you go. Duel finally finishes it out, but Tayson managed to deal with what was going on in the compound and they reclaim that southern section, and they're going to try to gatekeep it.
And Mika showing 911 Turbo what real German efficiency looks like in German engineering, as the German himself will wipe them out. And now Duel find themselves in a 4 versus 3. They'll get the regroup, they'll get everybody back on up, but this is a shooting field, right? All the players from Taysan, they're staring directly south towards Duel, and it looks like no man's land. This is World War I trench warfare. This is not where you want to be pushing if you're Duel.
Yeah, I mean, they're not... I know, but he really has to move from Taysan. They can play multiple sections of this, still having angles and control windows, a lot more defensive perimeter play. There is a little bit of a hillside. You can see that kind of leans into the more of the left side of the screen that Duel can use to try to get over there, but it's not enough to provide safety, really. It's going to be just enough. If they can get a knock onto maybe Kaibatsu that's going to be down into the south, that could open up them getting close enough. They're going to need the man advantage, really, for Duel, just to try to brute force their way through, but Kaibatsu has just got a great angle, and he's just waiting, seeing who's going to take it, who's going to run forward, because that's all he has to wait for.
Oh, this is great. They've smoked off one of the windows, they've blue zoned the other, and that's now the opportunity that they need to maybe make the push. They've created themselves an opening, they're getting inside the Murado, and it is time to go. Really well played from Duel. And this is even better, they're not full sending it to where they've cut off, they're wrapping around the other side to catch Taysan cold. This is really clever from Duel, Matt, and they're going to run directly into Ordana.
The problem with it is that was already 2 players for Taysan over there, 1 down for Duel on their approach. Rise goes down. Ordana, he's been having one hell of a match so far, but there's just too many players from Duel. They run forward. Kaibatsu, the guy to the south that had to defend, that got smoked off. He's running right. It does get the knock. So 2v1 has to be careful, though, as Kaibatsu has to retreat. It's just too many players still alive for Duel.
Yeah, he's going to go back up to the top floor, and Bale's going to crawl in. At this point, Mika could even get Bale back on his feet, and all Penta has to do is hold. Taibatsu, drop. You got to drop. There's an opportunity now as he swings across. He gets Mika, and it's a 1 versus 1. Kaibatsu taking on Penta now. And can the Penta player get up and ring? And even better again, Rise is getting back on his feet, so can Penta maybe pull off the same move we saw Kaibatsu just get made?
So Penta's got to play this quiet. The issue is now he's a bit slower. He's got to jump out. He's using the car for cover. Hears it. Knows he's in the 2v1 now. I like the separation coming out from Taysan. They want to make sure that they get multiple angles on this, but Penta's going to play it in a much slower angle. Gets good bead. Gets a knock onto Rise. Gets the flush as well, but that's his position revealed. Penta does have the ability to go for high ground, doesn't necessarily want it. No, instead wants to get back into a better position in this 1v1. Use the high ground and the control. The dot is going to be just to Penta's left, so he can use this building and play it however he wants. With Kaibatsu having to play the lower sections of this, it's going to be high ground versus low ground, and it's going to come down to the aim from Kaibatsu, and he doesn't like it. Instead, he's going to start going for an assault to the high ground of his own.
Yeah, Kaibatsu, he hears the footsteps above him, but here's the thing, Penta's got the high ground. Penta fires off, and Penta wins. Duel, get it done. And let's be real, Matt, it all came down to that incredible play where they smoked off the windows, they blue zoned off the corner of the building, and instead of going directly to the space they created, they wrapped around the other side, catching Taysan cold, and Duel deserving winners of that one.
I mean, we started this with Taysan and ended it with a Taysan fight. Ordana was just having an absolutely, crazy run of kills and performance inside that, but it came down to strategy and I would say experience and how we saw Duel handle that last firefight, realizing the positioning, getting up on top of the building. I do respect the approach coming out from Taysan and saying there is no way that we can really take this low ground, high ground. Let's see if maybe we can catch him slipping up on top and get a side angle onto him. It was a very smart play coming up from Duel to undo a squad that was just kind of on a rampage, killing everybody.
Yeah, and I think that you think about how they played that as well. There was a couple of really good things that they did as well towards the end game. That fight against 911 where they were able to send players into the dip, kind of distract players away, and then Mika was able to stand tall and get some kills. But to be fair, Matt,
I do want to point out something real quick. I think that this right here, for how long it took Animaniacs to die, it ate way too much utility, ammo, and time for Posa and the rest of 911, who had high ground on a lot of advantages on this. If Animaniacs had survived for any longer, they would have had so much better of an approach into the circle.
Yeah, I think the big one for me too, though, was the fact they still managed to get more points after running out of ammo and got more off the back of that fight with the Antarctic Wolves. But that was the end game. I thought Kaibatsu played this one perfectly, dropping down. I think Rise, it almost looked like, you know, when someone in your lobby goes AFK and they just start sprinting off into the distance. He was going to fall at the end, but Taesan, 19 points is a really good total for them.
I mean, Duel just played so smart in that end game against Taesan 2 different times. Taesan, I mean, you got to give it to them. They got the aim, and it felt like they had some decent strategies that came in. But in the end game, it was just surrendering that building whenever they moved on the outside, and how Duel approached and caught them with quite literally their pants down. They were going for a northern shift with 2 of their players right as Duel made that run in on the car, and suddenly that building was lost. And that was the building right next to Dot, and Duel decided, nope, this is just our new home. We're going to fight you from high ground, low ground, mid ground, and make you have to navigate around us. So it was like a compound swap in control just with that one building.
Yeah, and here's a look at the overall leaderboard after 2 maps. 34 points leading the way right now with 23 kills. Duel rocket up to second, and the winners of game number 1 are just ahead of the second place game in number two as SH and Taesan take 3rd and 4th place. But you know what? A lot of points potentially on the board here. I think we could end up with a higher point tally for the leaders tonight than what we saw with the 54 in Europe earlier on today.
Well, that's because of what's going on the right side of the leaderboard, where it is pretty hard over there. I mean, we're not necessarily seeing a lot of repeat performance coming up yet. New Gen All-Stars, no org, hang out over there, Yin Yang Pest Control. There's some big names that we can see pop off, but instead it's being, I guess, the slower pacing squads, given the fact that we've gotten 2 really kind of weird circles, have been kind of rewarded for it. As a I guess placement has kind of been pretty strong. The only thing that's keeping the right side of the leaderboard in this right now is just kills.
What's crazy about the right side of the leaderboard is you think about how many players on that side have played at international LANs over the years of PUBG. It's kind of insane to see them over there.
Yeah.
But I think with that, we should maybe jump into another quick break, Matt, and when we come back, it'll be game number 3. So we'll see you guys in a few minutes.
A new in-game tutorial for beginning players, some added fun for arcade mode, and updates to how you communicate on the battlegrounds. All this and more as we dive into the Update 42.2 patch report. First up, we're giving Battlegrounds beginners a new crash course in how to play with a new in-game tutorial. The tutorial will take beginners through the core PUBG gameplay loop of landing, looting, and surviving, while teaching all the things a successful survivor needs to look out for. The tutorial is broken up into different chapters, and the entire experience should take a new player about 10 minutes to complete. You'll be walked through all the fundamentals by a special AI squad mate, who will rate your performance and let you know how you did and what you need to work on still through text and voice feedback. There are even rewards for completing the tutorial based on your rank. Whoever said learning wasn't rewarding? Next, 2 games are coming to arcade mode in this update. First, Hot Drop is making its chaotic return, forcing you and lots of enemies to drop into one small but highly contested area. The chaos begins from the moment your boots touch, so grab what you can quickly and, well, good luck. The other game mode is Solo Deathmatch, where you are your own team up against up to 13 other players. It's every lone survivor for themselves in an all-out battle for points as you get kills, die, and respawn, all while trying to rack up as many points as possible. These modes are only available for a limited time, but be sure to check out the patch notes page for details. Communication just got a bit quicker and clearer with the new radio message system. Players now have access to more options for communicating with their teammates if voice chat isn't an option for them, or they just need to get a message across clearly. This also includes updates to the world and item markers, and a refinement to the markers overall. So give it a try next time you need to tell your buddy exactly where they missed that level 3 vest. And console players will be seeing the graphical improvements and out-game menu loading speed improvements we mentioned in the roadmap during July. So be sure to send us some of those pretty new screenshots on our socials. And even more console updates are coming soon, so keep an eye on future patch notes. There are also new information tabs on the world maps, some optimization improvements to Tago, world updates to Rondo, and more. So be sure to check out the patch notes for full details. Update 42.2 is here, so embrace chaos in Hot Drop, push some new pals toward the tutorial, and take the lead when communicating with your squad. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Anything.
A new in-game tutorial for beginning players, some added fun for arcade mode, and updates to how you communicate on the battlegrounds. All this and more as we dive into the Update 42.2 patch report. First up, we're giving Battlegrounds beginners a new crash course in how to play with a new in-game tutorial. The tutorial will take beginners through the core PUBG gameplay loop of landing, looting, and surviving, while teaching all the things a successful survivor needs to look out for. The tutorial is broken up into different chapters, and the entire experience should take a new player about 10 minutes to complete. You'll be walked through all the fundamentals by a special AI squad mate, who will rate your performance and let you know how you did and what you need to work on still through text and voice feedback. There are even rewards for completing the tutorial based on your rank. Whoever said learning wasn't rewarding? Next, 2 games are coming to arcade mode in this update. First, Hot Drop is making its chaotic return, forcing you and lots of enemies to drop into one small but highly contested area. The chaos begins from the moment your boots touch, so grab what you can quickly and, well, good luck. The other game mode is Solo Deathmatch, where you are your own team up against up to 13 other players. It's every lone survivor for themselves in an all-out battle for points as you get kills, die, and respawn, all while trying to rack up as many points as possible. These modes are only available for a limited time, but be sure to check out the patch notes page for details. Communication just got a bit quicker and clearer with the new radio message system. Players now have access to more options for communicating with their teammates if voice chat isn't an option for them, or they just need to get a message across clearly. This also includes updates to the world and item markers, and a refinement to the markers overall. So give it a try next time you need to tell your buddy exactly where they missed that level 3 vest. And console players will be seeing the graphical improvements and out-game menu loading speed improvements we mentioned in the roadmap during July. So be sure to send us some of those pretty new screenshots on our socials. And even more console updates are coming soon, so keep an eye on future patch notes. There are also new information tabs on the world maps, some optimization improvements to Tago, world updates to Rondo, and more. so be sure to check out the patch notes for full details. Update 42.2 is here, so embrace chaos in Hot Drop. Push some new pals toward the tutorial, and take the lead when communicating with your squad. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
I can handle anything.
A new in-game tutorial for beginning players, some added fun for arcade mode, and updates to how you communicate on the battlegrounds. All this and more as we dive into the Update 42.2 patch report. First up, we're giving Battlegrounds beginners a new crash course in how to play with a new in-game tutorial. The tutorial will take beginners through the core PUBG gameplay loop of landing, looting, and surviving, while teaching all the things a successful survivor needs to look out for. The tutorial is broken up into different chapters, and the entire experience should take a new player about 10 minutes to complete. You'll be walked through all the fundamentals by a special AI squad mate, who will rate your performance and let you know how you did and what you need to work on still through text and voice feedback. There are even rewards for completing the tutorial based on your rank. Whoever said learning wasn't rewarding? Next, 2 games are coming to arcade mode in this update. First, Hot Drop is making its chaotic return, forcing you and lots of enemies to drop into one small but highly contested area. The chaos begins from the moment your boots touch, so grab what you can quickly and, well, good luck. The other game mode is Solo Deathmatch, where you are your own team up against up to 13 other players. It's every lone survivor for themselves in an all-out battle for points as you get kills, die, and respawn, all while trying to rack up as many points as possible. These modes are only available for a limited time, so be sure to check out the patch notes page for details. Communication just got a bit quicker and clearer with the new radio message system. Players now have access to more options for communicating with their teammates if voice chat isn't an option for them, or they just need to get a message across clearly. This also includes updates to the world and item markers, and a refinement to the markers overall. So give it a try next time you need to tell your buddy exactly where they missed that level 3 vest. And console players will be seeing the graphical improvements and out-game menu loading speed improvements we mentioned in the roadmap during July. So be sure to send us some of those pretty new screenshots on our socials. And even more console updates are coming soon, so keep an eye on future patch notes. There are also new information tabs on the world maps, some optimization improvements to Tago, world updates to Rondo, and more. So be sure to check out the patch notes for full details. Update 42.2 is here, so embrace chaos in Hot Drop. Push some new pals toward the tutorial, and take the lead when communicating with your squad. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
my moment, I'm gonna take it. Got one chance and I will not waste it. All of my life I dream with patience. Independent winner, but I came from the pavement. My life in danger, no name mags, the scene I came up. When are they all gonna wake up? Told them all get they weight up. Wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up. When are they all gonna wake up? Wake up, wake up, wake up. When are they all gonna wake up? I was just doing my thing. I was stacking, brawling, then I maintained. I came up proper, I ain't gon' change. I came in, locked it, know my name. Stand tall, I don't fold. All my brothers, they trained to go. Now next up, ready for the throne. Don't test me, cause I'm in my zone. Test me cause I'm in my zone. Don't test me cause I'm in my zone.
Took game number 2 of the night, and we are jumping into game 3. Brilliant plays from Penta at the end to take the high ground map, but for half a second it looked like Kaibatsu had pulled off a whirly of a play at the end of that game if you missed it.
Man, that squad, Tayson, they just came out swinging. That fight that they took him Cabrera at the start was just efficient, is the only way you can describe it. Then they kind of started to tail off. They didn't manage to get as many kills and damage numbers because the circles just kept falling on. You know, it's a mixed blessing whenever that happens. But at the tail end of it, they played very well. They were very efficient. The timing on the rotate from duel, I think, is really what messed them up, is kind of what we're talking about. But if they can keep up, if Tayson can keep up the momentum from that game, they will be very happy with their point generation by the end of the day.
Yeah, 100%. Remember, this is going to be a leaderboard over 5 weeks, and the top teams at the end of it will be qualifying for not one circuit of PAS mats, but 2. You basically play, you play the playoffs, then you play the finals, then you go back to the playoffs and back to the finals once more. So plenty to play for with those all-important PGC points, but we got a hot drop inside a terminal here, Matt.
Just right off the get-go for it, Yin Yang finding themselves with some friends close range, and it is going to be for nothing. For nothing, try to find something. Jimu does manage spot 1, and that's going to be some VSS action coming in. Yin Yang in some trouble off the start. It's going to be a quick flush, but also did mean that Yin Yang got a chance to actually get a little bit better of loot. Still have one of the players very close in Yappa. Can Yappa find an angle to maybe get a knock back on it? As he's going to have a stairwell, a hallway with a lot of friends maybe on an approaching section.
Yeah, and Paolo Sam, he got the angle from the garage on the other side. Yappa's going to fall, and Loki and Faraz, the last 2 players up. Maya not having a great day so far. Faraz out on that overhang. Loki missing the chance to get a knock with the AK, and things looking really bad for Yin Yang now, as this has been a really good start to this one for nothing. 20 points already and sitting in 5th place, and I love it. They can still loot while all that Loki can really do now is go on the full defensive.
Yeah, and I mean, the 8K is going to mistreat you at range sometimes, so can't be too mad about it, but Loki doesn't even have a helmet, man. This is really bad. They're denied out of loot. I think at this point, Yin Yang just wants to see if they can get a point back on the table, maybe even pick up a blue chip and just get
out. The trap.
But no, every angle is just red. Paulo's going to find that one. It's just down to 1. And Loki, do you commit? Do you try to get vengeance, or do you just leave? Or do you just become one with an AC duct?
Really, really topical conversation point, actually, based on what you and I were just talking about before we went live, but they seem to know he's here, and the feet are there, and well, much like the ACs here where I'm at, they're just not quite working, and it's a little too hot here for Yin Yang, as they're dealt with, and 4-0 move to 3rd place, but that was all kicked off by the VSS, and well, there's no real time to breathe, because Alavance, they're right beside Posa here.
Posa never met an early game skirmish he didn't want to go for. Looking out at distance, he's already got himself 1 kill, found one early. Trying to see if he can go after the Binkatori on the other side of it, but I mean, you're pretty outnumbered here, bro. This is going to have to be full-on Hackatory work with that bush putting in a lot. Other side of it, did he get spotted? Is he going to be sneaky? Other side, just too many players. What are you going to do? Easy pickups, and 9-11 finding kills early yet again.
Yeah, and the rest of Alavance, they're not going to push in. They're just going to give up those points to continue to move. Maybe later on, they'll be able to pick up those blue chips if they've been left there. But
if you
go ahead.
If you're Alavance and you name yourself Zur, you know that he only shows up once a week.
Thanks.
You like that?
Yeah.
I thought it was a pretty good joke.
It was good. It was good. I'll give you that. I'll give you that. Look, I did promise it on the tweet we're going to get some terrible jokes in, so at least you're not leaving me on my own for that one.
Well, apparently Elevant's not going to be left alone either. Is DraftKings like just running around the M249s, 911? Man, this is just going to be fun for them at this point. They're just roaming hillsides. Do they even know? They spot. Well, they're going to spot somebody shooting them. Quick shots go for the counter on it. Kraken is down. He has been popped out of the truck, and the truck just continues to roll. DraftKings doesn't have much to work with as far as cover goes, but he's got friends. BL comes up when he needs it.
Yeah, and there's nobody nearby either to kind of tick off the back of those knocks. So 9-11 will get themselves back up to full 4. Kraken already on his feet, and they'll move in from that north. And if you've got the map feed open, or if you want to open it, ! Map in chat, you'll see, Matt, they have got basically a road taking them directly to the center of the circle with basically nobody within a few hundred square meters of them. So they've got a ton of space to work with off the back of that fight. I'm looking more... Are you looking towards the southeast, southwest, though? You've got... who've not really had a good day so far. They're going to wrap in just south of Animaniacs, but I would love to see them hold the coast and come in through Songham.
Well, we can see the map for just 1 second. Really, everything's kind of Ohyang focused in the circle. We've kind of had so many early game firefights, it's been mostly territory control. So we look at that, and we've got a couple of squads that are kind of hanging out around the center. Most notably, it's going to be a 2-2 split coming up from Duel. We do also have Bilu that's going to be playing to the east of that we see right now that's running a 2-2 split, while Shh is rotating to the north of them. New Gen All-Stars are going to be north of that, where they've got a hillside to play. The west going around Buksan Sa. We've got Pest Control as well as Tayson, who's been having to pop off. But to the south, we've got No Or getting closer and closer to ATF. That might be a bit of an issue. And I think that you're right. There's just too much breathing room on the circle. While it does touch that like eastern wall, I mean, people can still rotate as we're just back in the center meta final.
Yeah, and I want to see, like I said, just carry on the southern side, work their way in. Like, if you push all the way to Hospitals free, and then you have to go almost half the way to Ohyang before you would run into a team. So, honestly, them get some footing in this game, having only got 1 point so far. Speaking of teams not going too well, I was going to talk about Taysan or about Scam, but I want to speak about this Pipa, who usually is the ambusher, might be about to become the ambushee.
This hillside's going to be providing just enough. You can see that waiting on the other side, Zerais is waiting for Rise moment of coming up from Pippa. This is a crossfire just waiting to happen as it is all down in the tree trunks. And I think that maybe No Org might be realizing this might not be too good. Pippa's not going too much further than this. He has stopped exactly on that ridge.
I think the phrase is the spidey sense is tingling. There's just something about this, and Pipa looks like, actually, the reason he's not moving is he's digging, so he's creating a trench here as well as a bunch of foxholes are being created on this hillside on the western side of the circle. Shinboy spots out 911 in the distance as he'll send some 556 off that direction. That'll force them just a little bit further north back up the road, realizing this isn't their best path to success. But I'm just curious, because if all these teams start building foxholes on that hill towards the west, it becomes a problem because neither team might know the other one's there, and if a third team comes rotating through, all hell will be let loose.
Yeah, I mean, bit of it though, I don't know who would rotate over there. It's been pretty chill, as I think an emergency pickup has been called by No Org. That could be a problem. If this gets scouted out by Tayson, they could just pretty much jump up the top of the hillside, be absolutely capable of decimating. Scam's going to finally touch the circle. Most of their players up to the north. Bizzler, the only one that's still out in the blue right now, is the circle's very quiet. Just a couple of people taking some pot shots here or there. We still have this like 9/11 kind of new gen all-stars thing that's going on where I think that they're both just trying to get into crates. Circle is pop, and it favors that position where No Org, ATF, and Worm are playing from. That hillside you're talking about, it's going to have a lot of holes in it. Well, it's about to have a whole bunch more as everybody's just going to fortify that thing up.
Yeah, don't expect to see No Org take that E-pickup. They're going to leave it as is. Gats, he's going to drive on by. He's going to find out Posa, as that's a point on the board. Well, should be a point on the board for Per Diem, as they will get that one. Artun will confirm the run-in.
9/11's committing.
Yeah, look at Rise, by the way.
9/11 is just running right back into this. They're going to try to commit in and stop out Scam from this approach. This was them. 9/11 was going for the circle, turned back around after they lost Posa. They're going to defend it. Nugent All-Star is right on top of two players already down. They're just going to roll them over to finish it all up, and Nugent All-Star is getting a definite better side of that.
Yeah, and Stokely's going to confirm that kill out, and seeing Shane Doe actually stealing one away as Pest Control. You would get one. It's just something about Pest Control and NA. They always seem thrown into each other, even in the old iterations earlier on this year, but I spoke about Stokely and Choppy, you know, the two best players on that injected roster and the impact they would have. New Gen All-Stars just not really clicking yet, but I think, Matt, if you think back to the Cups and the way that injected team played, they were a very streaky team, you know, that have a couple of really good maps or a really good day, and then the next day you just wouldn't see them perform at the same level, so they need to find some consistency going into the Cups this time around.
I mean, Nugent All-Star is known for doing kind of the same thing.
Yep.
Live big, live like large, and go for it. Is for nothing's going to have Scam now on their approach on that. It's going to be a very long Western approach. Is 9. I was going to say barely surviving. Fizzler's not going to let that one go. So, Scam, you don't really have to commit to this. If you keep going your way over to the west, you're going to find yourself with a pretty much open circle. Is that there's about a quarter of the circle that nobody's playing in the hillsides to the west of the circle.
Yeah, and I think they'll cop onto that pretty quickly and will make that move south. Fizzler, though, we know what he's like. He's going to try to get these points while they're still in that position, so he'll continue firing off with that MK12, but you said it, the west side of the circle is very, very vacant. It looks like Noorg are falling back to that hillside that we saw them leave a little while ago. Antarctic Foxes, they gave up their position. They dropped back inside the kind of warehouses, the polytunnels, a little further south. And then really further south, we spoke about and the rotate they'd make. They didn't go as far as Hospital, but just look how close they are to Animaniacs.
Well, what's standing out to me with no org in this rotate is they managed to build their entrenchments earlier, right?
They're getting the
close
res.
to Tayson. They've gone back to the west. Yeah, they're going to go and try to make sure that they get their player back in, and they're going to also give themselves a control position to play that's pretty high on the hill. Tayson might have read this. They're going to go ahead and just try to usurp the positioning that we saw Noorg playing from, and they're going to stop right there. There is no reason for Tayson to go much further. They've already got built-in fortifications in front of them now that Noorg had set up, and now they've got control over the center of the circle. This is just about everything you could conceivably want to show up into your favor, but now everybody to the south, where we see Bilu, Animaniacs, I mean, there is going to be there's going to be incredibly high hills that are going to have squads already firmly defended up in those points, and you're just going to have to be running right through a gauntlet of teams. That is going to suck.
I want to point out while all that was going on, obviously Posa is back now having been recalled, but the rest of 9/11 stopped in the blue at a drop. They will have all gotten some gear, level 3 helmets and vests. You know what it's like here in Tego, but more importantly, Matt, they'll have been able to pick up some really good weapons, put them in the trunk of their ponies or their UASs, and bring those to Posa, who's currently dropping to the ground with absolutely nothing at hand. So 9/11 might just be about to give Posa one hell of a gift if he can stay alive.
Scam looks like they're going to commit more into the north in the Buksan Sa area. You'd have to assume that somebody's probably still hanging out around here because people just love Buksan Sa. One, it's pretty. Two, it's got a very interesting set of defenses that you can kind of play east and west. And over to the east, it is going to be pest control. Post is trying to make landfall, and it looks like he scouted out the point that they're going to play. Shane Doe, though, does get the knock-on as a Kraken. So now it's pretty much just been a replacement for Posit as a Kraken going down.
Don't know if it's a omen, but I did watch some of Shane Doe's gameplay before tonight. He was doing some warm-ups on stream, and he might have done some friendly fire on some of his teammates more than once. So hopefully he can do something a little bit better than that. He will get that kill confirmed on the Kraken. So they get Posa back. They lose Kraken off the back of it, but Posa will have all that great gear. Man, a FAMAS, a level 3 helmet, a level 3 vest, like, you put that in the hands of a player like BL, he's going to be tough to deal with if you're on pest control.
Pours the Kraken. We're over here talking about all the loot that Posa's getting and his crates just sitting off in the distance. Animaniacs don't have any really good options, so they're going to have to send it down onto Duel, who has one of their solo members playing the hillside over into the east. So Duel's going to regroup. Just pretty much everybody sending it right over on top of Penta. Scouted south, played it patient. Gonna have to get this knock, though. Does manage to get it. Other side, Micah finds one. And now Animaniac's in a lot of trouble, man. I don't even think Lauren's going to make the rest of this push up the hillside. Actually, he is going to go for it, but this is just Duel in a great spot.
Yeah, I think that Lauren's going to know that Belu are rotating further south as well, so it's really not a good spot to be in if you're on the Animaniacs. So keep an eye on that Belu rotate. They're going directly towards New Gen All-Stars Duel, or in and around that dirt road as well, as it gets very hot over on that eastern side of the circle, and Belu have split. They've actually split, and the circle has shifted north, so Buxan Sass still holding in just a little bit of that river, but I'm looking at Scam's move. They're the first team to move off the back of that shift.
Animaniacs going to come alive with their last player. Does take down Pintalol in some vengeance, at least get a point in return. Duel keeps having to retreat from this position that they've got right next to the circle. Saw them kind of playing just to the north of where Belu were a moment ago. They had to come back down here because of Animaniacs, and Lauren going for these shots. He's just going to retreat away, but I don't even know where he goes. A couple of mortars look like they're being sent maybe into the ravine between hills. So coming out of Buxan side down in the southwest, we've got a very big ridge line that drops down into a valley that leads back up into kind of another hill where Tayson's going to be playing from. Nobody is playing that lower valley because you will just get murderized there. Any form of approach is just going to be instantly punished. Duel look like they're going to try to run the gauntlet on it right now. New Gen All-Star is going to be taking the shots. Maybe Belu coming up back behind him, but that's just going to mean a stop-off point very close to Tayson. And everybody looks like they're just trying to get a piece, but really the guys up in Buxan Sa can't commit because Pest Control, they have to deal with 9/11 back behind him, Scam on one side, and 4-0 on the other.
Yeah, Artoon's actually really close to 4-0 here. He gets a knock on to Hot and Spicy as well, but he's got two teams to deal with. Posa back from the dead, but 58 rounds of 5.56, and I don't think that Belu have any idea that Posa has set his trap again. The ambush predator once more might just be about to spring the trap. Belu send one player past as Posa still they don't know. He's actually wrapped around Murillo. He's going to get one. He transitions to a second. Murillo's going to fall, and our ambush predator opens the trap door and gets 2 kills on the board for him, and that's why you bring Posa back.
And on the other side of this, BL has come up perfectly timed off of this. Posa couldn't really stay over here for too long. You can see he doesn't even have a backpack, doesn't have a lot of meds to work with. BL's gonna go down. And now it's just Posa and 2 first aids to work with. Can he get much off these crates? He needed them. He's gonna find at least something to work with med-wise, find himself a throwable. But it feels like this is gonna be so hard to get. Nades now look like they're being prepped up from Frogman. Don't quite fall. Tavon's on the other side. And Posa's having to play this sneaky. 2 different angles, blue zone on top of him. What do you even do? He's got to hit some crazy shots, and it feels like they know exactly where he is.
Yeah, Animaniac's deleted as Lauren's gone, but you see Frogman just trying to get the kill. That's a great nade, and he'll get Posa. But the thing is, with a blue zone there, he's already done the damage. He's getting the points, but look at Jimu on the Scam.
But the Kraken got called back in. So technically that's the reason why we saw Posa go down. The timing on that with Posa surviving just long enough for Kraken to stay into a point where he can get these shots off is absolutely crazy. 9/11 sitting on 7 kills. Looks like it has a very high potential to be more. Make it 9. Sure, there's just 1, but everybody will take 9 kills in a game. It feels good.
I think the Kraken's got to give a salute to Posa now, because Posa's the reason why he was able to get that done. And even the way Posa played that 1 versus 4 at one point, getting 2 kills, eventually time was the enemy. But you've still got a player alive, and Kraken will try to get some gear up on the feet. Look at Gats, though, closing the gap on the north towards Shane Doe. He's going to look to pick up some points. The Scam did lose a couple of players. And Shane, though, he's playing terrain, but he's the one with his back to the blue.
This is hard, to say the least. Is the commitment coming out from Scam, they've already got a foothold in, so they can play this a lot slower. Shane Doe, with all these smokes down, he at least... Oh, no, he's going to try to get himself back up, replenish the smokes. He's afraid of what's going to be going on, I think, from Jam's angle. The longer he holds off on this, though, it does mean that nobody's playing an upper section of a hillside that's going to be on top of Duel and kind of where Tayson's going to be. So the longer that Shane Doe can actually hold this down, it opens up more rotate capabilities for the squads playing into the east and the west.
Shane's got 5 kills as well, by the way. He's having himself a pretty good game so far. Kraken's been spotted out by Jam, but the 6x barrel spray from there is a tough thing to do. Shinboy, he'll get that kill on the lib maxing as the Worms are done once more, and the jammer pack is going to click on empty here. Gats still has the smoke for some cover, and I think Shane's just going to try to take somebody to the grave with him.
Yeah, I mean, if you get a knock here, you're hoping the fact that the blue zone will make it too problematic, but there's not much he can do. He might just be trying to wait this one out. He's got a ton of first aids, so he just might be blue zone tanking for a little while. Over into the west, we do have as well as No Org. Pippa looks like he's trying to flank around, see if he can get back behind I think that Shane Doe's just living the life at that shack for quite a while now, unless maybe he's a crack and can find an angle, but nah, I don't know if Shane's even going to peek again.
Yeah, and getting into the top 8's going to be really hard because it is phase 5 and he's taking so much damage in that blue. I know have one player left alive, as do ATF, so maybe, just maybe, if the dominoes fall his way, there's a chance that he could still get a few placement points, but now No Org begin their wrap over on this western side, Matt.
Full send on one side. Pippa already scouted it out. Binya goes down. Vinny playing on this rock. Does manage to get the shots up on top of it. Gets tons of vision. And Vinny peeks back around. Perfect timing. It is Vinny and Gazera that hold it together. Scam, though. Here these firefight. They're going to try to third party it. That might open up an opportunity for Shane Doe to sneak into the circle. Definitely opening one up for Zakrak, and he's going to get mobile and get into a great spot in the circle now.
Yeah, Shane has seen one of those teams fall. He needs one more to go to get some placement points, and that circle is shifted away, and phase 6 is really going to start burning on his meds and health, and right on cue, he falls. We've seen him. He fell in 9th, so close to getting into the top 8, but now Duel holds center zone. They're looking for back-to-back chicken dinners. Taysan, they'll look to get some revenge from the previous game, but let's see what Gats can do as he gets ready to maybe place that mortar down in the perfect spot. And you know he's sending it. If he could get it down, he was going to send it towards the players from Duel.
It's a bit dicey to put down in position because the way that the trees are set, you don't want to necessarily just pop your own head off. So Duel do have a center position that they're playing, but the way that the ravines have kind of set up, Nugent All-Stars and Tayson are a problem for it. And Duel has to focus on what's going on into the north because they're kind of playing into this little bit of a dip where they're keeping this ridge line to their back to keep them alive and keep some distance away from Nugent All-Stars. So Tayson and the rest of the crew are kind of defending up. Meanwhile, 911's a Kraken. He ain't going down easy, man. This guy going to continue to try to find some more for the squad, and if he can get this, man, that'll put them up to 11 kills, and Zakraken continuing to find more. That is wild. He's trying to get in the circle.
Yeah.
And Gats gets it.
He's done, and his kill got stolen away as well, by the way. Did you see that?
I got confused for a second because like the health still stayed there like he was still alive. That was like a weird observer bug. I apologize for my brain shutting down.
It's all good, but he is down. 7 teams left alive, but again, Kraken having himself one hell of a game. Duel, they've got center circle, but as you can see, it's kind of a layered bit of terrain as it kind of funnels off down towards the south. They've got themselves in this weird spot where all the teams in the north do have the high ground, but they've got position center circle. Now, dominoes could fall their way. You know, when you look at Noorg, Gats is up there towards the north and as well, but who gave Poon? Who decided to give him a Lynx? That's not good for the lobby at all. It's not good for Duel.
Problems are starting to brew for Tayson. It's been pretty quiet over here for a while. Duel playing the lowest of ground while everybody else gets high ground. Nugent All-Stars nowhere to go. Look like they're just going to flank in right back behind them. Arctic Fox goes after Oriana. Oriana's not going to let that one happen. Quick pop off. Nugent All-Stars Duel. Balefrost, the last one up. Seeing if he can handle nades just being thrown into the smokes to get the flushes. And this is the problem with the position that he was playing. Duel, they had themselves this defensive dip, but it was just too vulnerable from too many angles. No org on the other side of it. Already spotting the firefight, trying to get involved.
I just think the slope of the terrain just didn't help playing center circle, and Nugent All-Stars, they're going to fall under the same problem that we just saw. Stokely is going to fall. Noorg have got Gats in his line of sight, a couple of quick taps, and Vinny will pick up that kill as we lose another side. 4v3 now. Nugent All-Stars, Noorg, and Taysan, and the circle switches back towards Nugent. But you'd imagine that Taysan are probably going to send Rise and Nico to try backfill. Poon has got to keep his eyes on a head swivel.
It's really hard because where we see Nugent All-Stars playing from, it's the low ground for everyone, right? Mm-hmm. It's a recessed hill into a recessed hill. So yes, Taysan can flank that, but then they have to surrender any kind of firm defensive positioning from where we see No Org playing from. No Org is going to have some high ground as well, but this is like a weird kind of middle high ground positioning going on between the way this is set up. So thank you, observers, for showing us this. New Gen All-Stars is center, yes, but they can't peak anything. Because if they peak anything, everybody else has got a high ground advantage on every single one of their hills. And there's this little mini valley that kind of runs just to, I guess, the west of where we see New Gen All-Stars playing from. So it's kind of created two little islands of play on high ground where New Gen All-Stars are in the low ground water in the island analogy.
I'm just curious to see which of these teams are going to fight first, because I feel like it's going to be one of those games where the two teams that fight first, it'll be the third team that take the victory as they'll third party and kind of push on over. And it looks like No Org will be the first team to take shots towards New Gen, but Taysan, they're not going to move, Matt, until they see a knock. Like, their whole game plan right now is, let's hope No Org and NA can fight, and then we can take advantage of it.
Taysan has about 50% of the circle to the south.
Yeah.
But it's all trees. No Org has a rock and at least a couple of different angles that they can play from. They can't make a commitment onto New Gen All-Stars because of Taysan's positioning, but New Gen All-Stars positioning means the fact that No Org can't really move onto Taysan. So Taysan's the squad that is waiting for the third party, but the biggest fight is brewing between New Gen All-Stars and No Org, but neither one can really move. In phase number 7, we're still going to have another circle to pop. It's really going to come down to, does this go center and kind of favor a bit of nobody, or does it kind of pop hard shift one side or the other and give an opportunity on defense? Taysan is hoping and praying it goes south, while No Org is playing the fact that it goes north.
Yeah, Taysan have managed to regroup as well, as it looks like all 4 players are pretty close by. Rise is just staying on the furthest southern point, but look at the weaponry that they have to work with here as well, with an MG in the pocket, and they'll just entrench themselves. They're going to keep setting it up. But as you said, phase 7 closes phase 8, and it kind of favors the north ever so slightly. And Taysan and No Org now need to move in.
Yeah, the problem is the rock is gone for No Org, so they're back into just tree cover. Taysan's going to have a smidge of high ground on him. I wouldn't even really call it high ground. It's really just everybody still having high ground onto New Gen All-Stars. Thing, though, for New Gen All-Stars, their low ground gets them very close to the center. They don't really have to worry about it as much. The issue is, if a firefight breaks up between No Org and Taysan, they are in the middle of it, and there is no doubt about that. Poonage is really hoping that maybe he can get a knock onto No Org, turn this into a much quieter section to the north.
Did you see what happened there?
Not. Car popping and almost crushing.
But did you see that he sprinted over while it was on fire to get the Panzer? So the Panzer was in the trunk of the UAZ. They popped it was about to blow, and he risked his life to get it out of the trunk before it blew. Let's see if that Panzer could come back now to do something for No Org, because that could be a massive turning point.
I just like that Taysan's slowly digging their way further and further. There is a crate line that is coming down and made it a little bit easier as No Org has realized, that area sucks. We've lost our rock, we've lost everything good, so instead we push to the side. Note Shinboy's positioning back behind all of this. You can see the 2 players for New Gen All-Stars, but Shinboy's going to have a flank angle on top of all of this. The moment that this starts to pop off, as that smoke starts to dissipate, he can find an angle. Choppy's just kind of in the middle of all of it. Rise does spot out Vinny, but Poonage playing along the smoke says explosions are making more trenches and making more cover for this no man's land to be played.
Man, I love how the smoke dissipates with nades now as well, though. It's made such a change. Oradana still dinging after throwing that nade. Gizera finds one. Taysan 4 up to a 2 versus 1. Rise closing the gap on the other side. He's trying to get the off angle. He spots out Choppy at the back of that tree, but he needs to create a smoke wall for himself to get closer and closer to where No Org and NA are playing. NA back up to a 3 now. They're trying to deal with Gizera because it's a 2-point kill if you can find it, but Gizera's just sending out Hail Marys, man. He's throwing mollies left, right, and center, hoping something sticks.
Yeah, he's got near on no vision on this lower section of the hillside, and it's only a matter of time before Taysan gets that on him. The Rise just being enough for Rise, but hasn't quite spotted yet. New Gen All-Stars have managed to weather the storm mostly, so it has shifted that Taysan now controls the west. New Gen All-Stars controls the east, and there is still the 1 player for No Org just right on top of it, finally going down. It is going to be Rise that gets him, and it is just smoke central, everything being snacked. Dude, Gen All-Stars have 3 players up to Tayson's 4.
3 kills, 300 damage so far for Rise, and he is looking to add to that tally. Shinboy, he is a Panzer of his own. Sends it off to Rise, but it's going to be fired and missed, but not bad when you got a Groza as your backup weapon in this scenario. They're still firmly backs to the wall to the blue, but 4 versus 3. 1 knock in favor of New Gen All-Stars, and this all of a sudden can go the other way, and they're focusing on Rise. They're focusing on the isolated individual player, and I think this is really smart from New Gen.
Yeah, but he's just so covered right now. He's got a couple of Doritos that he can leap forward from. He's still got the covered points to play from in front of him. The longer he holds angles, it's going to open up more for Tayson. They have to make the commitment, but it's Rise. He holds it in the end. Everything pops up for Tayson. 10 kills. The solo survives and dismantles New Gen All-Stars.
They get revenge. They lost the second game at the very end thanks to a huge play from Duel, but it was them this time around that managed to find the victory. They move up into 2nd place overall as well as we look on back at some of the things that happened. This was a lovely seat swap. Posa fell, but Matt, if you'll see later on in this replays, Posa came back with a vengeance.
Dude, this was just a very odd rotate game is the easiest way to break it down. I mean, most of that comes down to the fact that we were really dealing with these ravines for so long coming out of Buksansa. But yeah, that play from Posa with near on nothing, that you have to give it to him. That's one of the reasons you love the man. He somehow turns nothing into something over and over again.
And then Kraken was able to finish things off here as well. He saw Posa stay alive just long enough for that recall to bring him back, and he managed to eke out an extra few points for his team. This was a big play from Vinny as well, stepping up on the rock and doing tons of damage onto Kraken. This was his last knock, but unfortunately for him, that kill was stolen away and he died a few seconds later. But this endgame, like Taysan, I think they played it perfectly. We said it, they were waiting for the other 2 teams to fight, and then they took full advantage.
Yeah, it's just kind of the nature of the terrain, and that feels like what everybody was fighting here is Rise understood his job was to stay alive. The Doritos, the dips, the explosions, everything that had been created over there for him to navigate. He had so many things in his advantage on top of the high ground. He just had to not overpeak and unlock it for the rest of the team. So big from them, big for No Org. New Gen All-Stars, yeah, they made it in the later stages, also finding some kills, and it just continues to be the rich get richer, with New Gen All-Stars finally having a decent game to boot, though, too.
Yeah, and maybe that'll move them a little bit further up the leaderboard because they were on the wrong side after game number 2. Yin Yang, they dropped the donut, as did Earthworms and Alavance, but I think we're seeing a few teams really take advantage. Like 9-11, again, their worst game of the day is still 10 points on the board. They're up to 44 now. Taysan in 2nd, Duel in 3rd. And I know they've only got 24 points, but I've been impressed by some of the things we've seen from For Nothing tonight as well.
Opposite side of that, Yin Yang I feel bad for.
Yep.
This is a squad that is often impressive. Yeah, they've had some roster swaps and some other stuff going on like that. But I mean, Loki and Yappa we know are very good players. The thing about it is they're just in hot drop and a hot drop and a hot drop. Some of them are working out, but no matter what, all their timings are just being thrown off. We saw in that last game, it was just a straight 4-man wipe onto them, and the last 2 players were having to play so defensive, it was more just they were hoping that they didn't get spotted and the other team would leave.
Yeah, and they did have one opportunity to leave, but they decided to re-engage, not realizing somebody was in the bottom floor of Terminal, but it just, sometimes the cookie crumbles the other way. They ended up getting wiped out, and we have just crossed over the halfway point of the night. There's 2 maps left to go after this one, so we're going to throw it into a quick break while the players go through security, get their passports ready. We're changing scenery once more. We'll be back in a few minutes.
a new in-game tutorial for beginning players, some added fun for arcade mode, and updates to how you communicate on the battlegrounds. All this and more as we dive into the Update 42.2 patch report. First up, we're giving Battlegrounds beginners a new crash course in how to play with a new in-game tutorial. The tutorial will take beginners through the core PUBG gameplay loop of landing, looting, and surviving, while teaching all the things a successful survivor needs to look out for. The tutorial is broken up into different chapters, and the entire experience should take a new player about 10 minutes to complete. You'll be walked through all the fundamentals by a special AI squad mate, who will rate your performance and let you know how you did and what you need to work on still through text and voice feedback. There are even rewards for completing the tutorial based on your rank. Whoever said learning wasn't rewarding? Next, 2 games are coming to arcade mode in this update. First, Hot Drop is making its chaotic return, forcing you and lots of enemies to drop into one small but highly contested area. The chaos begins from the moment your boots touch, so grab what you can quickly and, well, good luck. The other game mode is Solo Deathmatch, where you are your own team up against up to 13 other players. It's every lone survivor for themselves in an all-out battle for points as you get kills, die, and respawn, all while trying to rack up as many points as possible. These modes are only available for limited times, so be sure to check out the patch notes page for details. Communication just got a bit quicker and clearer with the new radio message system. Players now have access to more options for communicating with their teammates if voice chat isn't an option for them, or they just need to get a message across clearly. This also includes updates to the world and item markers, and a refinement to the markers overall. So give it a try next time you need to tell your buddy exactly where they missed that level 3 vest. And console players will be seeing the graphical improvements and outgame menu loading speed improvements we mentioned in the roadmap during July. So be sure to send us some of those pretty new screenshots on our socials. And even more console updates are coming soon, so keep an eye on future patch notes. There are also new information tabs on the world maps, some optimization improvements to Tago, world updates to Rondo, and more. So be sure to check out the patch notes for full details. Update 42.2 is here, so embrace chaos in Hot Drop, push some new pals toward the tutorial, and take the lead when communicating with your squad. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
My moment, I'm gonna take it. Got one chance and I will not waste it. All of my life I had a dream with patience. Independent winner, but I came from the pavement. My life in danger. No name mag is the scene I came up. When are they all gonna wake up? Told them all get they weight up. Wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up. When are they all gonna wake up? Wake up, wake up, wake up. When are they all gonna wake up? I was just doing my thing. I was stacking, balling, then I maintained. I came up proper, I ain't gon' change. I came in, locked it, know my name. Stand tall. ready for the thrones. Don't test me cause I'm in my zone. Don't test me cause I'm in my zone. Don't test me cause I'm in my zone.
Taysan took the last map, but it is time to turn our attention over to Rondo. This team didn't have the best map 1, but were able to turn it around in games 2 and 3. But regardless of what they've been able to do, Matt, one thing we have seen in abundance so far tonight in all these maps so far is hot drops. And it just is what happens whenever it's not the most established teams that you have in a region. You're going to have confrontation on maps like these.
Yeah, I mean, there's plenty of space at the start for everybody to get their separation if they want it. These groups don't feel like they really want it, man. We've been seeing a lot of hot drops off the go. I wouldn't be surprised if maybe we see some around Neox Factory, something else like that. There's too many different... Donching, sure. Why not Donching hot drop? I don't remember the last time I saw this, but it's going to be Taysan off the go yet again.
Yeah, and looks like they're on the hunt, trying to get some kills early doors. Rise with the AK. He's going to peek on through, but it might be the best idea to just hold. We see a Panzer coming up the stairs on the other side, so Rise has got to be careful as he tries to set himself up in a bit more defensive position. Circle just about holding all these players in it as for now, but Animaniacs... Artray wants one player to come down. They want the opposite. These two teams in a bit of a standoff for now.
Yeah, slow it down. I mean, Animaniacs have the tool to stop any form of aggression coming after them. Up on top of that, you can see Taysan just going to continue their pitter-patter. See if they go for a peek down, as it is definitely low ground favoring the Animaniacs right now in a heavy fashion. Uzi, Panzerfaust on a peak. That is not an angle I would want to go down, as that stairwell is deadly.
Yeah, and you'll hear the feet prints, the feet steps. You'll see them first. It gives you the opportunity to kind of spring that trap, but... as of right now, Taysan, they need to get maybe other players in a position to clear out these two Animaniacs below. The Panzer and the Uzi, as you said, the 1-2 punch. But Artray's got nothing else, by the way. Finally manages to pick himself up a Scar, and they'll be able to set themselves up a little bit more. The gas can's been placed here too. Looks like another member from Taysan has bailed out of the building. They're going to wrap around, but we need something from Animaniacs to help out these two below.
And there's just nothing really that can happen on the other side. Vald doesn't have the angle that he really can do much with, because this is the upper area that Taysan has managed to get control over, and they're kind of letting Animaniacs have that lower section. They've looted up everything that they want over there, and it looks like Taysan's going to retreat after dropping a couple smokes. Lauren, though, does at least get the knock onto as Nico. With the car over here on the side, though, that's probably just going to be a quick pickup and run away. And no surprise on it. I mean... very smart approach from a squad that we've been seeing regularly make the right call time and time again.
We've seen this before. In the very first map of the day, they were in a hot drop. Things didn't go their way as far as positioning was concerned, and they just got out of dodge. They decided this isn't our battle. We'll move on down the road and find somewhere else to play in. When you look at their position, it's actually not that bad for bailing out too. They can get some really good spots in the zone, but they're going to drive directly in towards Alevance, who are kind of locking over that side. And the big thing to point out about the circle, Matt, is that river that runs all the way from the bay on the south of Jadena City all the way up to the very north of the map. So keep an eye on the road. I think Taysan might just be taking that bridge directly into the... Actually, I thought they would take the bridge. I think they're just going to post up on this side and wait to see where that next shift goes.
You got to assume that somebody could have gone tooling in the situation. So I like this. Just go for a compound. Try to get your player back up alive. Yeah, put the car in a little bit better of a spot so that way you don't have to worry about it. And just like you talked about with Jadena City being the southernmost section of the circle and that river, this is a more easily navigatable river as far as crossing goes the further north you happen to pass through. So that's going to be Alevance. They're going to be rolling right over here next to No Org. Vinya is going to do enough shots to at least force them closer to Gizera. Gizera manages to get the knock onto Zur, as that should be a quick flush, and I don't think that Alevance wants to go any further that direction. Nope, they don't. Instantly back over into the west.
Yeah, hit that spacebar, handbrake, and turn and find somewhere else to play. No Org picking up another point. They're currently looking at the leaderboard in 6th place on 21 points. You'd expect the roster with players like Pipa, Gizera, Benya, and Vinny to maybe be a little bit higher up, but kind of been tough when 9/11 have been just farming so many kills. And there, as we speak, they've got 2 players on the north side of the circle moving towards that bay where Lo Hua Jing is. And I think that BL is going to join them as he rotates north of pest control. They got to be careful.
Yeah, but just barely survived there.
Yeah.
If he'd gone down that road any further, he would have been murked. I mean, Jam was just sitting there waiting for it. Looks like Scam might just be committing to try to chase him down right now. Jam on one side. This was a separation we saw come out from Scam. Yep. Jumps up on top of it. Yappa is just going to go ahead and wait, see if he can get a shot back down onto him. Jam goes for the counter shots. This is just between the two, but Yappa runs out of ammo. He's going to go down. The rest of Ying here supporting, though. Jam managed to get the knock, but at what cost? They're going to be very quickly outnumbered here if they don't get another knock or just get out of here real quick.
Yeah, he's going to hit the button, and Jam got that knock with the iron sights, by the way. Didn't even have a gun, and he sent the teammate past to try draw fire away, but he's still moving. Switch over to the Bolty as Loki tries to hit some shot. Maya will find one onto Artoon, but Yin Yang, he's going to go prone. They have no idea the Master of Mischief is here, but they eventually find him. Scam, the per diem withholders, are going to wipe out Yin Yang, and what's been a miserable day is going to continue. 3 kills for them. Those 2 players probably going to get res, looking at the circle with nobody on that northern side. But that all popped off the back of the decision to engage onto, I think it was Gats, once you popped that tire.
I mean, it was just an awkward situation on the rotates over here. Test track
no.
getting a little bit of focus, but that's going to be 9/11 that jumps out. Good shots from Shane Doe, get the knock onto one. BL is kind of caught in the crossfire. He needs to take down Shane, but Hot Spicy's got the nade prepped. BL wants to go for an explosion, but the angle's just not very good where he's at. Lots of shots raining down on him. There we go.
Yeah. So it wasn't just me that had that happening, right? I wasn't the only one.
No. We were doing a little dance,
Yeah.
and it was like a little bit of a breakdown. It was like just remixing it, man. Remixing.
Infinite Panzer loop. Let's go. Shane Doe, he gets his kill confirmed onto BL, and DraftKing is down. Kraken opposed to the last 2 up, but Kraken gets the knock on to Karam, and now they're pushing in more aggressively. There is a BRDM from Joshy. He's going to run over DraftKing and say thank you very much, but I think they're going to try to destroy this BRDM because there's blue chips around and there's a way to get your teammates back.
I mean, it's 9/11. They're just going to go after whatever they want to go after. It's like, yeah, territory control would be great, and getting those reses back on the blue chips because they're easy peasy to grab over here as well. But I mean, this is a squad that they don't care if you have a BRDM. They don't care what you've got. They will take the firefight with you because they think that they can win, and that's going to force poor old Joshy go on his big old land boat, make his way back around. Is he wrapping on the other side? I mean, is he going for high ground?
Yeah,
Maybe.
He was peeking.
No.
He was peeking to see what was going on with the BRDM, but you know, much the same way we spoke about the fact that 9/11 could get their teammates back up, Joshy wants to hang around for the opportunity to maybe do the same, but as you can see, that BRDM has taken an absolute beating so far. And now he's just going to make his way into the circle, which is about to close pretty soon, and this could get pretty rough. Like, one side of the bay is probably going to be the winner here.
Wait. Josh, you better be careful. Posa is trying to go for those blue chips, so if he had gone and continued closer to Neox Factory, he would have been punished for it. Circle Pops stays right on the river that you mentioned a moment ago. So Elevant's going to be to the south. No Org going to be in a great spot just to the south of Yungu over there, so going to be very fine. Animaniacs also controlling the western side of the coastline. That's a very strong ridge that we can see a lot of information from as well. It's very easy to control. You just got to be careful that you don't get too many little rats swimming over from the other side.
Valt here, who we saw make a massive play a few maps ago, but they're still only on 7 points on the night, and they'll spot out the earthworms on their rotate, and Evalt will send off the first few shots, switches over to the M4 to try do some more. And again, this is just posting, right? It's the idea of barking. You kind of make a lot of noise, you fire some shots at Worm, you know you're going to send them north, and they've got a lot of control on this northern side of the circle. My big fear is the possibility that with ATF, with 9/11, with For Nothing, all kind of pushing in, it could get very hot for Animaniacs very quickly.
Well, Norg's about to have some friends here. It is going to be New Gen All-Stars, other side of this little bit of a hillside to work with. Animaniacs taking shots at For Nothing. This is a bit more down on the lower section. where they've got the compound leading into the hills that we saw Evolve taking those shots from a moment ago. Don't forget that what you were talking about with 9/11 and ATF on approach, that Animaniacs as well as For Nothing could have more friends than I think that really we would want anybody to see. But there's so much space in the center of it, I think that ATF would just take that instead.
Yeah, looking at the map as well. Oh my god, Murillo got a nice knock looking at the map feed of where that happened. But Earthworms, they're still north. But I'm looking at the map, and I think the Duel have a really good opportunity to circle. And Murillo's going to get another knock, by the way, as they're really putting on the work, as Bilu just have no or completely trapped in the bowl. Stokely from the New Gen All-Stars, he's pushed on it as well. That nade could be perfect, but he just about gets inside the Dacia, which takes enough shrapnel away. But no org trying to fall back into the compound to Bipa, to Benya, to Salvation, and they're going to make it. The timing, yes, Gizera lost one teammate, but if he hadn't have gotten that Dacia, he was a goner.
Yeah. New Gen All-Stars just good on defense. There's some mortar play coming out. You know I was waiting for it, and I appreciate it. Those mortars could be going either no org side, but I would imagine that New Gen All-Stars might be a little bit more tastier of a target. Bilu up on top of this hill could also be because there's this strategy that happens whenever you look at mortars, right? Great tool to really murder somebody that's chilling in the fields or not necessarily in a covered compound. But if you miss, you're just giving them more cover. So you got to make sure that you're accurate and you're going to get something out of it. Because if you just get a couple of knocks with the mortar, who cares? You got to pounce fast. And we're just staying right along that river the whole way, I guess, as we're going to keep on Young Goo as well.
Yeah, sailing upriver, here's what we've been doing. And it really doesn't favor any team, because you know that this could still keep a lot of water in as we continue to move north. Now, I'm looking at it right now. Animaniacs still hold that power position on that coast on the west side of the water. You know we're the opposite on the other side, but you look at the way the traffic goes, most of the teams are on the east, which is where the highest ratio of land currently lies. The western side, you're seeing some teams try to make that not really land crossing, but if you get enough momentum going across that ridgeline, you can make the move. And just keep an eye, because could be in trouble with Alvant pushing right up on their southern side.
Yeah, but Alvant has to deal with ATF. That's its own problem. Per diem, just trying to see if they can keep distance, make sure that nobody else really encroaches in. 9/11 is going to go have their player get back in. They're going to be very far to the north. You can see us now playing over into the east with one of their players over here, and that's going to be good old Kalnix right in the middle of Tayson. But Tayson has to be careful because has two other players that are up to the north, trying to get those shots onto Nico and everybody else. This is going to be off the scouting from Kalnix, but we know that Tayson and the rest of this crew, they can really unload. So Oradana has just been popping off today, though.
Yeah, I've just looked, by the way, at the push that NA have just made. They would send a wonderful mortar in, and they flooded the position. They pushed in and got those 2 kills. Kraken, he's fallen back to try to get the res on the BL. He's got the knock on the Artoon, and that's going to buy him the time that he needs. And Posa is going to wrap in from the northern side. So they will regroup and get back up. Jam, he's got a nade of his own, but he's got to be really accurate with it, with a tree. And it's going to land, it's going to bounce towards the right, but it bounces a little too far as Artoon's been dealt with. That molly will prevent any push up to the top of that hill. That molly and that nade's going to prevent any retreat from Jam. He's going to fall, and Gats is going to turn tail and try to regroup with the Bizzler, who's also now on the move, but he's getting shot by Posa. Can Posa take him down? It looks like the answer is no, and I think that Bizzler and Gats, they'll just send it to the compound for now.
Was getting very close to that position. It looks like it was Jimmy Guzman wanted to see if he could get it. That's going to get denied, as now is in the middle of all of this. New Gen All-Stars can't really make their push. Poor old Guzman, though, he's kind of trapped out in the middle of no man's land. He wanted to try to get that compound, but was a second too late in trying to get over there. It looks like at least most of SHs have been able to get back together, so no longer right in the midst of Tayson. They're going to be fine with that, as no org is going to be just to the south. And Duel is starting to get a bit more control of that Swamplands territory to the south. That's going to get him pretty close to as well on the hillside. So, really, we're looking at Animaniacs in control of the west with that hillside, as well as compounds, and it's going to be New Gen All-Stars and pretty much a fortress that they can fight their way out of.
Yeah, attempt to get boots on the ground here from the side of No Org, as Vinny's not going to do it. Frogman picks up that kill, but I want to point something out. You questioned the parking and positioning of some of the Taysan vehicles earlier. Well, we saw Bilu pop a few of those tires, and that might come back to haunt Taysan as they've got to make a decision. Do you push towards Bilu? Do you push towards Noorg, who are currently waiting on you? And well, Noorg is the answer, and Oradan has been wiped by Benya. They're going to try to get that res, and Benya clicks on empty at the wrong time, and is going to get another shot onto Oradana, but Taysan should get that res off. But I think even worse for them than taking the knock is the time that's going to waste for them on this rotate.
Oh, poor old Jimmy Guzman. He just can't find a home. Rotating through the midst of everything, Earthworms trying to see if they can get control around this area near the bridge, but Zakraken, rest of 911 also coming up pretty fast, right along the coastline. They're going to have to defend DraftKings on one side of it. Zakraken, great angles. Can't get the knock. Finally manages to get it. Just that little bit of high ground working in from the east, but Zakraken's got to be careful. Not having anywhere else to go. They've roamed up here, and they've got a third party on this one, so 911 needs to finish this fast. Scam, though, other side of this, Neon all by his lonesome over here, just having to watch all of this. He's just getting surrounded. Everybody's taking pot shots. There's a mortar now going to explode right in his face.
Yeah, Taysan just got Bilu away there, by the way, as they tried to rotate in. Did you like that one, Matt? Did you like it? Did you like it? Acknowledge some of my jokes. As Enlan steps on, Bizzler drops the nade directly onto him. He'll flush that one out as the per diem withholders are deleted in 14th place. Frogman was able to get one, but the Worms of Hooligan left standing now as well.
Oh, Hooligan, where do you go? There is the hillside that Animaniacs have had to leave, mostly because they're trying to fend up what's going on with For Nothing. So, Worms Hooligan's just going to make a send, and he chose right. That hillside could be pretty strong. Karam coming back for Pest Control, going to be passing right over his head as Hooligan's just going to go run to the river. For Nothing, now in Animaniacs territory and have to fight their way through. But this is big because Animaniacs has to leave that hillside. And that's going to open up a lot more movement for everybody around the center of the circle.
Yeah, Hooligan's actually gone for the res onto Enland, by the way. So they're going to try to get back up to a 2 as Bilu need to work their way in. For Nothing, as you said, Animaniacs leaving that position. For Nothing looking to take advantage. All 4 players alive and well, with Joshy and the BRDM still just creeping on in on that northern side. Shinboy throws the nade on him. The smoke cuts off lines of sight, but the nade is perfect. No arg deleted. New Gen All-Stars up to 4 kills and still not done on the south because Duel and are still alive, and the circle kicks over to the other side of the river.
This is that area that Animaniacs has had control for so long. You can see a vault knocked over there. Pest Control with their back bounce on this is actually making it incredibly hard. For Nothing now it gets inside track on positioning, and they're going to get the high ground and the hills to work with. Mortar is now raining down. That was ATF taking shots onto where we saw New Gen All-Stars playing from, but Duel with very few options. Looks like they're just going to start chasing down the knocked player from New Gen All-Stars and running right up into their face. It's going to be a foot push one side of it, while Bilu's going to be on the other. As well as 911 up to the north. Still need to get in the circle as well, so there is a ton of firefights brewing.
Yeah, Worms have come back across to this side of the river as well as they try to just post on up, but they're going to hope that they are not bait for another team to maybe take advantage of. Ortrey trying to outlive Hot and Spicy, who is back, as you said. Joshy got him back, and Joshy still has the BRDM, and the problem is the weapons are looking great. Plushy doing work on the Balefrost as ATF are able to do some damage from that other side of the river, and Duel are making their move, but this is the problem. There's just so many gunfights happening everywhere. It's so hard to find space, and here come Bilu.
Okay, New Gen All-Stars, they're in the midst of it all. Still just down to the south of them. Duel right on top of them. Bilu, so few options. They don't want to go straight into the west because that'll put them into the low ground position 4, where New Gen All-Stars are presently playing. It's a pacing game all around the timings of this. You can see Wooly still alive down at the south, while New Gen All-Stars are just trying to slow back down the pacing, hoping a couple of these squads have to start fighting amongst themselves, burning down smokes. Choppy going to be getting a lot of the aggression thrown at him, as it's his job right now to try to keep back Bilu, but there's just nothing really that he can play too much more of. It's going to be a bit more onto Poonage to see if he can get an upper angle onto this, but Bilu's just not presenting themselves. Onatavon's playing at range and keeping this entirely contained, so New Gen All-Stars has been playing down in this low section for so long, they don't really know about where all the movements are happening from Bilu.
Yeah, and Enlan, who's come back from being knocked earlier, he got a knock on the New Gen from the other side of the water and still putting pressure on this side. You know, Choppy and Shin Boy. We spoke about Poon and Shin being the dynamic duo, but this time it's going to have to be Choppy as he takes some damage from the nade. You know, have been deleted, but Tadel gets Shin Boy from the other side of the river, and New Gen All-Stars, they're going to see a ton of damage come their way, and it's a killing spree. Bilu up to 10. I could praise the performance in this map until I'm blue in the face.
Oh, other side of that, though, ATF getting involved in that firefight made that push onto the hillside so much easier. Bilu now going to get that hillside. The New Gen All-Stars were on for nothing. Going to take a couple of shots because, again, this is the Animaniacs position that they were playing, but they just kept getting pulled off the hillside. So for nothing, going to have one of the best positions to play in the circle, and the circle continues to favor them as now finally Bilu as well as Wooly and have to cross, and they have to deal with ATF and maybe a bridge lock by 9/11 to the north.
Yeah, I think there is an opportunity to maybe push north and push towards Enland because 9/11 have taken a little bit of damage, and that's exactly what are going to do. Bilu might find that little bit of terrain that's closer together, an opportunity to cross as they might move towards ATF, but at this point in time, it is a game of King of the Hill for nothing, creating cover for themselves. For 9/11, there's really trapped on this push-in, like, it is a brilliant shooting line that For Nothing have on them.
I mean, For Nothing have pretty much everything under control if they wanted. They're just not going for overpeaks down onto Worm right now because that would make them vulnerable to 9/11. Joshi is a bit of a problem, still hiding out over to the west. Not rotating fast enough is going to be its own problem, as now 9/11, they're going to go ahead and make the commitment down. They do manage to squeeze by because FN got caught up taking shots at ATF to the south. Means that Bilu's going to be on top of all of this, and while it is landfall, Joshi goes down. The rat back behind it. Got Bilu right on top of him. Worm spotted this. Neon's like, no, I don't want anything to do with it. It's just a full-on press right onto the side. Bilu is having to deal with For Nothing's high ground positionings, but For Nothing can't focus in on them. Due to the position coming up from 9/11, that's allowed Bilu to squeeze in and find themselves a spot in the circle that For Nothing would have had completely on lock.
That links from Bilu. Murillo was trying to maybe create an opening, a gap for his team as Tavon will continue to play the coastline. He dips into the water for now just to move a little bit closer and closer, but you cannot leave the terrain too steep or else you'll never be able to climb that mountain. Frogman, he's going to look to move on up, and you know, it's been so good from them so far. 2 kills, but 6 leading the way for Murillo. 9 For Nothing. He's still in his posted up position, keeping an eye on everything that's going on with 9/11. But watch ATF. ATF need to now push in towards Worm.
ATF's got a ridge line that they can play, so they can kind of squeak by. No big firefight has to happen yet. ATF can't push the upper side of the hill without being extremely vulnerable, but For Nothing, they can't really peek this angle anymore. Bilu's managed to set up a great firing line, separated with 3 other players all stacked up. Frogman just trying to push a little bit further forward. So now For Nothing, while they've got the hill, that's all they've got. They've lost all territory control. 9/11 has stolen it in the west, and now Bilu's stolen it in the east. And all intents and purposes to the south, ATF is taking control of that. So FN are just kind of hunkered down in position, waiting for somebody else to fight. But they're the focal point from everybody because they've kind of pissed everybody off taking those shots on their rotates. Everybody is focused in on them on the high ground instead of anybody else, and the circle is going to stay on top of them. Now it's just a matter of, can For Nothing handle the push from 9/11 while Bilu is going to be shooting them from behind?
Yeah, that dirt road is just a really, really bad idea if you're ATF. You want to move up to the high ground and kind of work your way in from that point, but just keep an eye on the moves. For Nothing, still just prone on that rock, hoping to find something. Frogman, Paolo Sam has just ruined him in the blink of an eye, but For Nothing aren't going to push off of it. Bilu should be able to get that res off, because if For Nothing get up here, Matt, or try to get too aggressive, they high point themselves, and that's a problem.
Yeah, and it's really about the shots. If any more shots come out from For Nothing onto Bilu, 9/11 is waiting for that. You saw a couple of shots on whenever they got the knock. Everybody from 9/11 instantly moved into a new point and was getting ready to run up, but then the firefighting stopped. So then they pumped the brakes again. The blue zone is coming back behind what was going to be 9/11 as well as Bilu, but Bilu has a little bit better of a path. Sure, it's low ground, but those rocks are providing enough cover. ATF just has to be careful because Hooligan can absolutely ruin them if they don't keep an eye on his position.
Yeah, and they're going to see that dip. Like, you have to have an idea that Hooligan's going to be playing inside of it, but here's the problem. You can't get an angle onto it from any real position, so at this moment, it's just, remember he's there, don't get caught out. I think Tadel's just going to be the one that feeds that information of his position, but 9-11 now need to move. And they have a decision to make. Do you play up close and personal with the ridge line that's being held by For Nothing, or do you try to make your wrap a little bit further south or even a bit further north towards where we see Bilu? As Paulo Sam did use some smoke to make some move for himself.
Here's the smokes, creeping them forward. It's just a smoke wall. Old school strategies still work well. Nades a bit wild. Don't know exactly where they need to be planted at this point. They know that there's somebody up on top. They're cooking them well, but not enough to get the knock on G-Move yet. Paulo Sam's going to be the guy that's going to be holding right on top of him, but 9-11 can consider that pretty much a victory in and of itself, as they're starting to dig in right on top of this tree, give them some type of trench line to work with, as it is going to be a cycle onto the smokes. Paulo Sam's not going to go for a peek around it too much, as this is all very technically well-timed coming up from 9-11 to give them the time that they need. Nine's going to be coming up back behind it, though. Posa, I think, is reading it. He stepped out of the smoke, so a little bit of a do-si-do round. Nine does get the knock on to Posa, but it is only two players up for nothing right now. Two players up for 9-11, and it looks like they might have an idea on where finally where 9 is. Can they get the knock? There it goes.
They held that high ground for so long, but it's all been for nothing, really, as 9-11 were able to step on up and pick them down. DraftKings finds another, as Tadel is going to get ruined on the peak, and here comes Murillo and Bilu. That's 13 kills for them. Tavon finds the angle alongside Murillo, and For Nothing are deleted. We have 4 teams left alive. Oh, my love is the last player left alive for the Foxes. He's going to try and get his teammate back up, but it's a 4v1v1 of standing players, and Hooligan must be thinking to himself, how has he survived for so long?
Bilu made a great play to flank in right back behind what was going on with 4-0, so they've got high ground on one side of it. They left one of their players down low, so they've got control over everything. Bilu at 17 kills and climbing. They've got control over it all. 2 players up. Can they close it out? ATF has been fighting from the south while they've been fighting to the north. Going for the res. They should have the timings on this. Plenty to work with. Slowly creeping in to see if they can get more into the face, into position. All been set up. Nade's going to connect. Vinny's going to go ahead and get it. Just one more remaining. Arctic Fox know that they're in trouble, and they've got back up into position, and Bailu just coming up big, murdering everything to the north. And now it's all a matter of, can this solo and can the attrition from all the firefighting finally come to a head?
Tadel, he's being just corralled exactly where he is. Tries to do some skeet shooting as he does a bit of damage on the Tavon, but revealing his position even more in the spot. It's a matter of when and not if the Bilu will just finish off this blast player. 18 kills so far, as they've got Tadel backed into a corner. Vinny spots him out. Another nade has been thrown. Another nade has been wasted. He takes a ton of damage. He drops down to 4 HP. And it should be done. That nade looks like it might just be perfect. Here comes Vinny. And well, I'm going to apologize before I say it, but what a riveting performance from Frogman and the rest of Bilu.
I mean, just overall insane. And that you can't say that they were given much in that, right? I mean, Frogman living up to his name down in the water a couple times, just playing right along the sides of it. It's his job to hold the coastline. The pacings and timings on how Bilu played that were just out of this world.
I'm just impressed. Like, you look at the way they took some of those fights. You know, they blew Taysan away. They caught out on the rotate when they moved north. They third-partied at the perfect time onto that 9-11 and For Nothing fight. And then they finished off a well-deserved win. Some nice plays as well. I think we kind of missed it on camera, but New Gen All-Stars dropped a mortar strike up on top of the hill and were able to push onto it, wiping out And here's where everything just started to really fall into place for the side. Kraken with an incredible 1-2 punch, and that was all that Bilu needed to close that gap and third-party it.
I'm just still impressed with how 9-11 pushed the top of that hillside. We didn't get to see really the ramifications of it just due to the fact that Bilu just rushed the tail end of it at 29 points. One game. Bilu, welcome. You're feasting pretty good today, as 9-11, who's been consistent, is going to now have a competitor up against him in Bilu just off the points in that game. That is just nuts, man.
Have 9/11 dropped less than 10 kills in any game so far tonight? It just seems like they're hitting double digits every single game. Like, let's point this out. They have not won a map, but they have just been fragging their way to the top of that leaderboard as they've been having so much fun on the night. But you know what? Let's give Antarctic Fox some love as well. This is their first really good chance. We've seen them in the late game. 6 kills, 6 placement points, coming in second place. That's nice for them as well.
You have to also admit the way that they played that was very clinically well done. They were playing other side of the river to the south while a lot of the firefight was going on over in the east where we had New Gen All-Stars and everything like that. They were dropping mortars to keep that area kind of under lock and under control while being very far and separated away from it. We saw them get several knocks entirely across the river, I believe, onto New Gen All-Stars, while they were also keeping territory control on anybody that would be wrapping in from the west, and then slowly timed out playing from the low ground, making it all the way into the later stages of the game. So yeah, that was a very clinically well-played game coming out from Arctic Fox. It's a shame that a lot of it was happening at such range, we didn't get to see the control that they were putting out.
Yeah, and then looking at other teams like Pest Control, not really having the best of days. Either are per diem withholders, but I guess this is where it's the time to remind everybody at home that this is a 5-week cup phase that we're in. So, you know, we've seen teams in the past make it through to PAS based on 2 really good cups or just being present in every single one. So if you do play today and things don't go your way, you can make your way into PAS proper just by making sure you're taking part in every single cup.
Yeah, and that's going to be all about like the consistency styling of it. But I mean, if we always have a lot of people start to pop off, that was the thing is like whenever we were running this system with the cups and everything else like that, a lot of teams started to realize, hey, being consistently performing seems like it's the thing that you're going to be most rewarded with. So fight your way through the scrims, find something. Yeah, you know that just because week 1 is you didn't manage to qualify for it doesn't mean anything. You can have your big pop off and fight your way back through all of it. There is so much to look for, but we still have one more game to go, and I think that we're going to go ahead and try to get all of that set and ready as we're going to be heading back over to Erangel to finish it out, and you know you want to stay tuned. 19 kill game in the last one? You know you want more of that.
I can handle anything.
A new in-game tutorial for beginning players, some added fun for arcade mode, and updates to how you communicate on the battlegrounds. All this and more as we dive into the Update 42.2 patch report. First up, we're giving Battlegrounds beginners a new crash course in how to play with a new in-game tutorial. The tutorial will take beginners through the core PUBG gameplay loop of landing, looting, and surviving, while teaching all the things a successful survivor needs to look out for. The tutorial is broken up into different chapters, and the entire experience should take a new player about 10 minutes to complete. You'll be walked through all the fundamentals by a special AI squad mate, who will rate your performance and let you know how you did and what you need to work on still through text and voice feedback. There are even rewards for completing the tutorial based on your rank. Whoever said learning wasn't rewarding? Next, 2 games are coming to arcade mode in this update. First, Hot Drop is making its chaotic return, forcing you and lots of enemies to drop into one small but highly contested area. The chaos begins from the moment your boots touch, so grab what you can quickly and, well, good luck. The other game mode is Solo Deathmatch, where you are your own team up against up to 13 other players. It's every lone survivor for themselves in an all-out battle for points as you get kills, die, and respawn, all while trying to rack up as many points as possible. These modes are only available for limited times, so be sure to check out the patch notes page for details. Communication just got a bit quicker and clearer with the new radio message system. Players now have access to more options for communicating with their teammates if voice chat isn't an option for them, or they just need to get a message across clearly. This also includes updates to the world and item markers, and a refinement to the markers overall. So give it a try next time you need to tell your buddy exactly where they missed that level 3 vest. And console players will be seeing the graphical improvements and out-game menu loading speed improvements we mentioned in the roadmap during July. So be sure to send us some of those pretty new screenshots on our socials. And even more console updates are coming soon, so keep an eye on future patch notes. There are also new information tabs on the world maps, some optimization improvements to Tago, world updates to Rondo, and more. So be sure to check out the patch notes for full details. Update 42.2 is here, so embrace chaos in Hot Drop, push some new pals toward the tutorial, and take the lead when communicating with your squad. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
I can handle anything.
A new in-game tutorial for beginning players, some added fun for arcade mode, and updates to how you communicate on the battlegrounds. All this and more as we dive into the Update 42.2 patch report. First up, we're giving Battlegrounds beginners a new crash course in how to play with a new in-game tutorial. The tutorial will take beginners through the core PUBG gameplay loop of landing, looting, and surviving, while teaching all the things a successful survivor needs to look out for. The tutorial is broken up into different chapters, and the entire experience should take a new player about 10 minutes to complete. You'll be walked through all the fundamentals by a special AI squad mate, who will rate your performance and let you know how you did and what you need to work on still through text and voice feedback. There are even rewards for completing the tutorial based on your rank. Whoever said learning wasn't rewarding? Next, 2 games are coming to arcade mode in this update. First, Hot Drop is making its chaotic return, forcing you and lots of enemies to drop into one small but highly contested area. The chaos begins from the moment your boots touch, so grab what you can quickly and, well, good luck. The other game mode is Solo Deathmatch, where you are your own team up against up to 13 other players. It's every lone survivor for themselves in an all-out battle for points as you get kills, die, and respawn, all while trying to rack up as many points as possible. These modes are only available for limited times, so be sure to check out the patch notes page for details. Communication just got a bit quicker and clearer with the new radio message system. Players now have access to more options for communicating with their teammates if voice chat isn't an option for them, or they just need to get a message across clearly. This also includes updates to the world and item markers, and a refinement to the markers overall. So give it a try next time you need to tell your buddy exactly where they missed that level 3 vest. And console players will be seeing the graphical improvements and out-game menu loading speed improvements we mentioned in the roadmap during July. So be sure to send us some of those pretty new screenshots on our socials. And even more console updates are coming soon, so keep an eye on future patch notes. There are also new information tabs on the world maps, some optimization improvements to Tago, world updates to Rondo, and more. So be sure to check out the patch notes for full details. Update 42.2 is here, so embrace chaos in Hot Drop, push some new pals toward the tutorial, and take the lead when communicating with your squad. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
I can handle anything.
A new in-game tutorial for beginning players, some added fun for arcade mode, and updates to how you communicate on the battlegrounds. All this and more as we dive into the Update 42.2 patch report. First up, we're giving Battlegrounds beginners a new crash course in how to play with a new in-game tutorial. The tutorial will take beginners through the core PUBG gameplay loop of landing, looting, and surviving, while teaching all the things a successful survivor needs to look out for. The tutorial is broken up into different chapters, and the entire experience should take a new player about 10 minutes to complete. You'll be walked through all the fundamentals by a special AI squad mate, who will rate your performance and let you know how you did and what you need to work on still through text and voice feedback. There are even rewards for completing the tutorial based on your rank. Whoever said learning wasn't rewarding? Next, 2 games are coming to arcade mode in this update. First, Hot Drop is making its chaotic return, forcing you and lots of enemies to drop into one small but highly contested area. The chaos begins from the moment your boots touch, so grab what you can quickly and, well, good luck. The other game mode is Solo Deathmatch, where you are your own team up against up to 13 other players. It's every lone survivor for themselves in an all-out battle for points as you get kills, die, and respawn, all while trying to rack up as many points as possible. These modes are only available for a limited time, so be sure to check out the patch notes page for details. Communication just got a bit quicker and clearer with the new radio message system. Players now have access to more options for communicating with their teammates if voice chat isn't an option for them, or they just need to get a message across clearly. This also includes updates to the world and item markers, and a refinement to the markers overall. So give it a try next time you need to tell your buddy exactly where they missed that level 3 vest. And console players will be seeing the graphical improvements and out-game menu loading speed improvements we mentioned in the roadmap during July. So be sure to send us some of those pretty new screenshots on our socials. And even more console updates are coming soon, so keep an eye on future patch notes. There are also new information tabs on the world maps, some optimization improvements to Tago, world updates to Rondo, and more. So be sure to check out the patch notes for full details. Update 42.2 is here, so embrace chaos in Hot Drop, push some new pals toward the tutorial, and take the lead when communicating with your squad. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
moment, I'm gonna take it. Got one chance and I will not waste it. All of my life I had a dream with patience. Independent winner, but I came from the pavement. My life in danger, no name mag is the scene I came up. When are they all gonna wake up? Told them all get they weight up. Wake up, wake up, wake up. When are they all gonna wake up? Wake up, wake up. When are they all gonna wake up? I was just doing my thing. I was stacking, brawling, then I maintained. I came up proper, I ain't gon' change. I came in, locked it, know my name. Stand tall, I don't fold. All my brothers, they trained in gold. Now next up, ready for the throne. Don't test me, cause I'm in my zone. Don't test me cause I'm in my zone. Don't test me cause I'm in my zone.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the final map of Cup number 1 of the year, and it's back to Erangel. Bilu with a dominant win in that last map. Wasn't it 19 kills that they found, Matt, on their way to a chicken dinner?
Yeah, that's essentially 5 teams that they killed their way through. Of course, managing to finish off the last one to take the chicken dinner as well. It's a nigh unheard of total to be able to pick up. So definite dominance coming out from them. Quieter on the earlier rounds, though. Still consistent, but not necessarily what we've seen. But that might be a big momentum shift for them as they can realize, hey, maybe we can kill a lot more of these teams than we thought we could. It's time to unload.
Yeah, they're in second spot after that map, so they're in a really good place. Don't quite think they have it in them to catch the level that's been set by 9/11, who have not won a single map on the night, but find themselves dominating that leaderboard with a really good point total. But as we said, we had some hot drops earlier. Looks like we might be about to get the same one as we had in game number 1, as Taysan will drop with you-know-who. But last time, if I'm not wrong, Taysan did bail on Severny. This time it looks like Taysan are going to the north side, so they're being more of the aggressive team.
I won't necessarily say bail, because it feels like to me it's got like a negative connotation. It was a tactically good retreat after securing vehicles. This time I do agree, though, it does feel like much more of a commitment in, as they are going to make landfall, be in a great position off the start. And wow, right off the get-go, one of them finds a gun inside of the same room, but it's actually going to be that takes down who's been the damage component on Oriana.
Yeah, that's their their third kill of the whole event so far, and they're looking to find some more. Kuman knows where they are. He's feeding his way across, but I think at this point you got to get yourself some meds, buddy. You can't afford to take any real damage. Nico's got 15 rounds in reserve, but he'll find himself some 9mm. But Taysan being much more aggressive, and why not? They're in 4th place here, Matt. Like, this is a good chance to get a bunch of these Cups points up for grabs as we go over the next 5 weeks.
Yeah, the commitment coming up right now from Taysan, this feels like this is just fighting for drop. So they know that they're decent on point total generation on the day. I mean, 40 points, great. So they might just opt into staying on this one because they're trying to send a message to, saying, hey, we want this for the long haul. We're going to ruin your day if you stay in the commitment to it. I mean, the fact that the circle's also popped up here, going to make it pretty decent. Bilu's also got a full, wrap around this. They're going to go ahead and go over to Crossroads, steal one of the cars away from that, so that's going to deny out more. They are waiting on the outside, but nothing too much really happening outside of just what's going on in Severny right now.
Yeah, I think you're pretty much bang on. There's maybe flash points depending on what ATF do. They're currently over in South George with Animaniacs on North George. Looking further south, Duel all the way in Novo. They've got a long rotate in, and Yin Yang also in the bottom of the leaderboard. They've dropped in Lipovka, and they'll make their way in from that eastern side. But I'm a fan of it.
This is a great spot for Danny. This is such a big spot for Danny. He's going to get information on one. If they play that outer wall, he could have gotten another knock, but not going to lean into it. Taysan's going to go for full-on defense together. Whoever wins this, even if you take some casualties, remember Severny does have the capability to go for res. So as long as you get the blue chip, life should be fine. Taysan does have that under control right now, but I don't think that they have the area where Ordana died at under control. So that's why they haven't been able to go for the res.
Yeah, and you got to close that gap a little bit more as well. Now, this is the point, though. You called it. Danny on the other side of the road has got that angle. So Kai Batsu's just smoking off windows, trying to work his way into a better position to regroup with the rest of the team. And here's Taysan's first real bit of aggression, throwing that nade and clearing that top floor. And as I always like to say, if you don't get a kill with a nade, at least you know that the room is clear. So you've given yourself a bit more information onto the positions of some of these players.
But it's been 2 nades up into the second story where I don't think that we've seen anybody from go up there yet. And Denny's feeding over the information on exactly where High should be playing from. So this is all about just timing, right? It's going to be also a setup over here from Danny to see if anybody does go for that res beacon. And if Taysan thinks that they've got this under control enough, that is punishable. But I don't see the rest of the squad really set and ready. I mean, if we do see anybody from Taysan go for that res beacon, you would assume that should be running across from this, but they're just close enough that the timing could be a bit awkward for it. This is kind of the way the circle's now set. A lot of people in rotation, and you just got to kind of commit into what's happening in the center. That's going to be 9-11 taking a couple of shots on people passing by.
Yeah, Rybo's still waiting as well. Rybo, of course, a player that we've known for quite a while. Turning our attention elsewhere, your Bilu map winners of the previous game. It looked like things are going pretty badly for them here. Junkyard, they've lost one. A second player's been knocked, and 9-11 are going to just take away this position and play it for a little while. But I'm looking further north, like the warehouse spot, I think it's currently free. I think
here's the
Animaniacs one. Yeah, here is that push that we were talking about.
I was going to say 4-0 is going to run in. Nice shots coming up from 9. Do they think that they've got enough in the tank to go ahead and finish it at this point is the real question. Playing and pushing this compound could be... I mean, you've got to play this pretty fast because the longer this goes on, Worm and Pest are actually starting to scrap just to the north of this. You got to try to get something out of this before somebody decides to third party you, and an Uzi close range can decimate.
Yeah, and does exactly that. 9 though, he hip fires. That's them done, and for nothing, they'll get the res on the Gmu with 2 players down. And looking at the map, there is res beacons, but I don't think they're going to be allowed to leave, to be honest with you. Look at the fact Pest Control and Worm are right there.
Yeah, no big commitment coming out from Worm or Pest Control. 9-11 just trying to get control over the hillside is... They're kind of getting involved with a bit of everything over here, and looks like it is going to be just trying to get this crate. I mean, 9-11 just uses the crates so much more than they make a commitment for it very often. Here we go. Finally making their commitment and push.
Tommy Gun, the weapon of choice here for Kuman as well, who has one of those kills, but those stairs are a choke point. So he needs to find a stun grenade or something, because all he has is a smoke. So that choke point becomes so advantageous for the player playing on top of the stairs. Rise, he steps on in. No, Rise, you can't just run in blind like that. Kumhan is going to get one. He's got 8 rounds in reserve with a Tommy Gun, and those 8 rounds are just about enough.
They didn't have any idea where he was. Great position coming out from Kuman. Just gets the knock onto both. Totally turns his back around. Yes, there has been a knock on a high, but... that looks like that's pretty resable. Up on top, easy sprays to finish it out. It's going to be Danny also getting in on some assistance. Great shots, and managed to take control of Severny, and they're letting them know this is ours, not yours.
And rightly so, right? Those points put them a little bit closer to the Animaniacs. You may as well kind of show them what you think about that hot drop. You get the kills on the board, and while all that's been going on, are down to 2, and it looks like Scam are very, very close by, and Kalnix is just trying to lock himself in, and I feel like Scam are the sort of team that they're going to be aggressive, but I don't think they're going to be careless. They've got their kills. They're not going to give up the position they have to try thirst out these extra 2 points, and I think that their position holding Alamo on the side of the bridge is better than if they were to try kill the rest of
Yeah, I mean, the positioning for Scam is just really strong, and also you don't want to make too much of a commitment to run into the position that SH's is holding down because, of course, no lean. Anybody playing the other side of the river from the lake from Yasnaya could be slightly problematic. Circle pops, and whoa, that is a bait and switch back over to Yasnaya and Stolber. Ying feeling good. No Orc suddenly feeling good. Nugent All-Star is just going to go ahead and make a crash, at least probably along the line in Yasnaya. Everybody from the west instantly hops in vehicles. This Verny crew should be fine, but Animaniacs and 9-11 look like they're just too entrenched on top of each other to get separation.
For nothing, looked like they tried to get the recall back on their teammates, but I'm not quite sure if they were able to do it. Kalnix is getting pushed. The Scam realize they have to make the push now with that shift. And Artun going to find that kill. Jimmy Guzman finds Gats up on the hill, and he gets a second one as well. Did I see a revolver in the hands of one of those players? And are finally eliminated. They'll go for the res inside the fields. You got Animaniacs on a tray. He's been deleted. How good are 9/11?
I mean, these guys are just murdering the world right now. Who needs cover? You just roam from place to place, get whatever you need to get, and they're just on the chase. Animaniacs got the full theme song running as this is headed back into Severny, where you know is at. Animaniacs don't have anywhere to go, and 9/11 is abandoning the circle to go on the hunt. These guys are bloodthirsty and sending a message, and Animaniacs, at least Lauren gets the knockback onto one of them, but Posa going down doesn't matter. 9/11 still wants some more. Animaniacs go down. You know, I wouldn't take any shots at this. You're just going to hit the bee's nest right now, and they're going to come for you.
Yeah, you spoke about it, though. They saw the opportunity of the freebie on the post, and they took it, so that's another point for you know. And with Animaniacs getting wiped out, they now have a path to maybe get up to 13th, maybe even as far as Scam if they're able to find a few more. Hi. He says hello to Kraken, but isn't able to land any shots of note, and 9/11 will need to move from this position. Bilu, they have still got 2 players up. They have not got anybody back because it's not really worth their while to risk it for that biscuit. And with the rest of the circle, look at the circle, Matt. Stalber, all the way down to the warehouse on the dirt road, is completely free.
And 9/11 getting their res right now, feeling completely fine with that. Yeah, Stolber entirely open right now, as it does feel like it's much more of a Yaznaya. We do have the potential for another firefight starting to brew, as there's just too many roaming locations. New Gen All-Stars has opted into playing more onto the eastern set of this, and that's a bit of a problem, as it does have a crossfire setup from No Org. Both sides of it is poor old Shimboy just kind of stuck over here. Nowhere for him to be able to go, really, as it is just full-on trap. We do have ATF Pest Control rotating down to the south, and I believe FN did an emergency pickup after calling a res beacon down to the south. That is a double up bold. Let's get all the helicopters going.
And the funny thing is, they ran into, I think it was Pest Control with the first one of those recall beacons, and then they were able to move, as you said, to another one and bring back their... Oh, Matt, what is the circle doing?
It's going no lean. It's my old home. I love me some no lean games. All right. You guys know this. Look at the way going from no lean up into Stallber. It's just going to be plateau into plateau into plateau. So it's going to be multi-tiered firefighting all over the place. Hop in your cars, make your runs, as Pitalo is going to get the knock onto one. It's full run and gun as everybody went Yaznaya, but now it's time to go far to the north. Yaznaya now abandoned, so it is just squad stacked on top of each other. Pest Control, Duel over here, Worm, ATF rolling through all of them. No Org still on the edge, trying to hold back everything. Well, we've got FN just trying to play the other side of Yaznaya. Also just going to leapfrog over all of it in the helicopter.
Oh, Malalov lucky to get into that circle as well, dropping down to 1 HP as Duel moved just before Hot and Spicy can do anything really dangerous on the Penta. They've got to make their way, and I think they're going to cross that main Yaz bridge, across that head of the Tadpole Lake, and make their way up towards Nolene, which is a really smart move. Kumhan, who's had a very good map so far, 3 kills on the board, is going to add at least one more, finds himself a knock onto Jam, and this is so much better from Yuno. Where has this version of Yuno been all day?
Dealing with hot drops off the start, I'm guessing, because it's feeling a lot better over here as they got high ground angles control, expecting the wrap coming in from Scam, and they just are perfectly set for it. 9/11 on the other side, back behind Scam's going to continue to bigger problems for it. Flank position, one of their players sneaking a break back behind. Of course, it's the Kraken. Takes down the Bizzler, and now Scam just down to 1. And what is he going to do? He's going to try running straight into the Kraken. Gets some shots, enough to make him drop down to his belly, but that's going to be about it. The rest of 9/11 now coming over here. At least Draft King. Flank angles. This is going to be really hard to hold as you get the knock and a flush. But it could cost you your life.
Yeah, Artoon kind of showing that EU bravado that he has. A lot of EU players think they can come in here and have it their way, but looking at the way the lobby has kind of worked out, it's not been that way for Scam, as the Brazilians, the Portuguese are just really been working. Yeah,
he's sitting at 9/11.
Yeah. What's Danny going to do, though?
Don't know. BL's going to go for some shots, but 9/11's got a fight with 2 different teams, and this is a problem. Yep, I don't know what has got going on, but they want a flanked position on 9/11, and they don't care how much of a commitment they've got to make it happen.
And I like it. I like it. You know, realize that there's a chance to climb the leaderboard, but look at the damage that some of these players have taken. Posa, he's got a Panzer at the other side that he's got to worry about. 2 other players flanking at the top. Kumhan, you just need to click right and click once, and that will be exactly what the doctor ordered. But the longer you wait, the closer DraftKings is going to get, the closer that BL is going to get. So Kumhan steps on over, but Danny's going to find the knock for him. Kumhan, don't use the Panzer now. Use your gun, flush that kill, and see if you can climb even more.
That's paid off pretty big for Scam, as now Scam as a solo can just kind of run back down into this. DraftKings going to take a couple of shots that you know. They've got gatekeeping position on it all. Noli now being abandoned as we move straight up into the plateaus. At the top of it, it's going to be Worm. And it's going to be a step down into Nugent All-Stars down to the south. Ying's got the compound under control, looking down into No Org. And yeah, Yasnaya still has an issue as Pest Control. They are kind of pinched between 4-0, but only kind of. Really, it's going to be the shots coming out from No Org.
Remember, those for nothing players just got back in as well as 9. Wolfeye get a headshot onto Shindo. Napoli is getting absolutely pushed out of this position, holding up on the top of those stairs as Joshy and Hot and Spicy have got to find a way to play the trade game. Now, the Flames actually buy them time to move up the stairs and doesn't allow Napoli to push on out. And eventually, when he does step, he gets the kill. So great use of the cover of the molly to move up the stairs. They flush out Napoli, and for nothing, well, they got the players back, but it didn't last too long for them. But they are trying to flush out Shindo.
Biel still playing position over here. Got DraftKings back behind him. Scam's going to go ahead and make a play for the circle. So it's going to open up some more space for Biel to really handle what's going on down below him. It's all about playing slow and steady. Pest Control, though, they still have to deal with 4-0. 9's going to be on the other side of this one. And also Duel taking shots down onto Pest Control as well as 4-0, trying to get in the circle. Kumant, not going to see yet, but the moment that DraftKings pops, is he going to go for it? Nope, just shots instead, and DraftKings using the horsepower to just slowly get up the hill.
And BL still holding his position in this spot. Kumhan could really do with some help, and not coming in from DraftKings. He got to the high ground, he got Rybo. BL springs the track that he set oh so long ago, and now Danny is the only player left for He's going to climb his way up on top of that hill line. Maybe he can stop BL from getting the flush, but no, he can't. And now his other teammate falls as well. Danny, things ain't going good, and here comes the attempted flush now from 9-11.
That was Worm on the high ground, just doing a bit of third party to make sure that Danny's life is absolutely miserable. He's the guy that started with the rotation on the flank, and he got a lot out of it. The problem with it is he's just going to be too many players from 9-11 still alive. BL just continues to rain down nades, and that's going to cost a lot of utility. At this point, they just really want him taken care of. Up on top, Diem trying to see if he can backstab what's going on with Worm as finally DraftKings does spot out Danny, and Scam, I don't know if you want to take the shots at that, but, well, it's working. I mean, he's got 2 so far down. How many more can he get?
Yeah, Artoon, 3 kills on the board and probably going to add a 5th, and they does just that. 4 kills, for Artoon for nothing. They've been eliminated and we're into the top 8. Ying Yang, Loki, Faraz, and Maya still alive. This is the latest we've seen them in a lobby all night long. 5 points on the night. Can they find even more? Peepa the target. Loki lands those shots, and isn't that just so unfortunate that Peepa falls out right behind the tree and Loki can't flush it?
I mean, Pippa makes magic like that happen all the time. Norg, you got some problems. Okay, so Yin Yang does have vision on you, yes, but even to get into the circle, you're now going to have to move into the ravines, and both sides of it are pretty much pressed, and this is what I was worried about. Duel's on the other side of it, so even if you do try to get up that hillside, then you're also going to have to deal with Bilu that's going to have high ground, as well as Ying on the other side of it. But, I mean, I guess the benefit for it is if No Org just keeps fighting their way up fast enough, there's going to be enough angles and third parties that maybe people will start shooting at each other instead of you.
Yeah, Loki's down on ammo now as well. He doesn't have a lot to work with. You'll see a great double knock. Actually, Maya got the nade on the one. Penta found another one. That kill does get picked up by Penta, but maybe Maya can get his kill confirmed onto Vinny. could be good for them, picking up more points. Beal locking down the other player, but can Gizera get to Benya? That's the question. Benya with that P90 is so important to no org.
It was a commitment to try to get knocked on off of that res, but I think that the nade should be fine. Yep, not going to get anything. So, Duel, 7 kills. Now you got to deal with Bailu, who's going to be set up on the plateau just above you. Ying also taking a couple of shots. They're going to be on a similar parallel. I guess a similar height is the easiest way to describe it to what we can see going on with Bailu over into the east. We did see Scam's last player finally go down, and of course it was going to be to 911 in the north, who's at 11 kills and climbing the hillside and the leaderboard.
I was going to just point that out. They have not failed to get double digits in kills in any map tonight so far. So they have just been dominant, and as you said, North control established now with just the 2 NA, the new gen All-Stars player still up. Tavon, he spots the push now from Yin Yang. They have 7 points looking to pass out. You know, we've got 7 kills in this map. The majority of their points, and what a nade that was from Rilio.
Awkward spot for the closer player, Tavon. It was one of those points where you kind of wanted to underhand it, you kind of wanted to overhand it, and nothing felt good. Those couple of shots might feel a bit better as Yin Yang is in a ton of trouble. They're getting yo-yoed all around this lower section. That's going to open up more maneuverability for Duel right up into their face as well. So Bailu just up on top of this, doing enough work to stall out Yin Yang is going to let Duel move into the close range threat position. And I mean, it's just getting pulled too many different directions if you're Yin Yang. The circle pops. Now DraftKings got center dot alongside of Frogman. And everybody to the south and Duel Yin Yang, they have to move yet again.
Yeah, Frogman's got to hold his ground while the rest of Bailu focus on what's going on the south. Duel getting very close. Now you can see, you spoke about those plateaus earlier, and that's exactly what Duel are using to try to ascend the hill. Faraz takes a bit of damage as Penta has a P90 of his own as well. And while all this is going on, just keep an eye on Bailu, just continuing to keep the high ground in this fight. They're hoping to hoover up all of these points. But I'm not going to call out maybe somebody like maybe Langster wrapping down, because as a solo, do you just think to yourself, I can get a couple kill points here, they could be more valuable than just snaking my way into the top 2?
And take the potentials as they get. Worm can live up to their names, though. Pop down on their bellies and sneak their way in. Been seeing that, and there's an opportunity on his angle. He can really backstab somebody, specifically New Gen All-Stars, but I think that New Gen All-Stars are more caught up with 911 close range. Duel just getting closer and closer to Yin Yang by the second, but just due to the verticality, it doesn't really count yet. I don't necessarily blame Duel for just wanting to run up the hillside a bit, use the horsepower of the vehicles to see if they can get away from some of this, but this has just been so hot. Do you just try to gas it and push up the rest of the hill? I mean, you're just going to be vulnerable to Bailu's positioning as well as Yang's then, or Yin Yang. Duel, I just don't even know what you do here, and I guess they're going to make the commitment Bailu's side. You got to do it, and there's shots. Vinny's going to try to find it off the start and get some damage.
Yeah, DraftKings stuck though. Down went Frogman. There's another player down for Bailu as Vinny is going to fall, and all of a sudden for Bailu, it's not looking like the best possible situation to be in. Duel pushing up close and personal. Murillo, he'll find Beelfrost from afar. DraftKings, as you said, he is getting closer, but he's fallen back on the other side, knowing that there's a win potentially for 911 here, and here comes Faraz and Maya as well.
Everybody is going to be limping into this end game. Nobody coming out clean. Duel 8 kills, trying to just make it up on top, but again, pinched both sides, right in between Bailu as well as Yin Yang. So Mike has got to make something big happen. Wants to go for the reses instead. A ton of smokes down, but this much smoke cover can also make it an opportunity for Yin Yang, who's trying to climb their way up. 911 shifted their focus over into the northeast, wants to deal with the New Gen All-Stars, and that did let the solo in Worm creep in right over there next to Chop.
Yeah, DraftKings trying to lock down this position, feeding information to BL, who's healing right now after getting in the fight with Stokely and Choppy, but he really needs BL to win his one. BL's wrapping around the side, trying to get an angle down to the south. Faraz just trapped in this position on the edge, trying to move the car to give themselves even more maneuverability and cover a little later on. And I like this from Maya. Full reverse, try to get into a better position. Mika looking to find a pinhole angle, but unfortunately, I think he just bailed on the car a little too soon, leaving Faraz as the last Yin Yang player up.
And Blue Zone's just way too close on this wall over here for Duel's comfort. They know that there's just a spattering of people that are all around them, and there's not much that they can really do about it. They at least have their own fortifications for the time being. The rocks providing some safety. With the way that the circle's popped, that does mean that New Gen All-Stars as well as Worm's last player have to sneak in. Look at Yin Yang. Play it slow, creep their way in. No frag grenades in the pocket, and wishing that they had one. But Duel, I mean, how do you focus in on this? I mean, every single time you take a shot one side, you're getting assaulted from the other.
BL won the one that we were talking about a little bit earlier as well on the north side of the circle. And now he is going to make his way towards DraftKing, who still pretty much has center point control. Murillo, the back line of this Bilu attack, as he spots Penta. Well, Penta's smoke line won't really reveal his position, but Bilu will sit inside the smoke. Tavon will heal his way through it, as is his imperative in a situation like this. And the problem is, Penta with that P90 will rip you to shreds if you give him an angle.
Nice counter move trying to come up from Yin Yang. They want to go for the circle. Duel saw it. They're going to go for the backstab. That means that Penta just has to keep this area under control. 10 kills now for Duel as they have a path into the circle and can assault this. That's left poor Choppy out on his own devices. Nowhere to go for New Gen All-Stars, as maybe they could have wrapped down to the south, but that's now been denied out. DraftKings taking the shots at Choppy is going to reveal position between the two of them. Duel and down in the south didn't have as much information because of the way that all these plateaus kind of stacked together, and they were so caught up in their own firefight. This is incredibly important for Duel to come in and now have an idea on at least where the general vicinity for a couple of these teams are now playing from.
Yeah, New Gen All-Stars Choppy electing not to fight with DraftKings and surrendering that point to the blue, making the 15th kill of this map be a little bit further away for 9-11, but with 2 players up, they've still got a chance. 2v3 v2, and all that 9-11 have to do is just play the timing game, right? Duel have sent 2 players up. They've left Penta keeping an eye on what's going on with Bilu so that the other 2 can kind of maybe play for circle, and that's exactly what they're going to get. And I still don't rule Penta out in this situation with that P90.
Oh, no.
Like, he could easily win this 1v2.
He's got a great position to play from. They do not. There's a reason why he's holding an angle and they're both down on their bellies waiting for something to happen. There's also going to be enough crossfire capability set up to where if they make a push onto Penta, you can see that the duo that is playing closer for circle control also has vision on where Bilu are going to be making their move from. The way that the circles also pop, it's kind of in between where we see 9-11 and Duel at. So even if Duel reveal their position, taking the shots onto Bilu, they still can keep Penta alive and maybe give him a flanked position because he can kind of run up that other hillside and see if he can flank onto what's going on with 9-11. It'll be hard, but there is an opportunity there if he starts getting too cut off. Or even if he's enough of a distraction down here that forces 9-11 to start taking shots at him and what's going on with Bilu, that'll open up the duo for Duel to now aggress more into the duo from 9-11. They're playing the math, they're knowing the numbers, and they know keeping Penta in the spot is massive. There's one knock, easy with that. P90 is the one enough as it looks like it might be.
Yeah, he's very conscious of the fact that he knows where 9-11 are as well, so he wants to make sure that they can't third-party the action, so putting some smoke walls down to allow him to get closer and closer to the rest of Duel. Now you've got 1 player left for Bilu, that is Tavon, and he is just crawling up towards the maws of the waiting 9-11. Not surrendering the point to Bilu, but like, I just don't know where you go here because 9-11 have set this trap.
I love this coming up. So now that Duel has managed to get the knock onto 1, they did the damage that they wanted to do. They've ruined Bilu's positioning and capabilities to push over in the east. That's forced Ognai Tavon to play more into the north. BL has to keep a focus on that solo now, and Duel can just kind of stack together and kind of deal more with DraftKings. So it's a 3v1 to DraftKings. BL can kind of participate, but if he does, Ognai Tavon can become active. Duel knows that he's playing the low ground. Now 9-11 does. So Ognai Tavon is now become more of a thorn in the side of 9-11 than the other side. And yes, Penta comes up big again, gets down DraftKings, and everything is coming up Duel right now.
9-11 look like they're going to have to wait to maybe the next cup to get their first map win, but they're still going to finish the night on top of the leaderboard with 79 points at least. 3v1v1. 1 player did get felled, but you imagine that Duel are going to be straight on for that res. No nades for BL. No, just 2 stuns, no smokes, and not a lot of ammunition either. So he's going to try to get the last BLU player tonight, Tavon. He steps on out and BL does confirm it. 15 kills for them, and Duel should come flying over that mountain now to deal with his last player.
Can he clutch is the question. Smokes down, no vision, pushes one side of the smokes, nowhere to go. Duel manages to pick it up, but another big kill count game coming up from 9-11. 15 kills in second place, while we've got Duel on the chase back behind it. A ton of kills of their own with first place. It's starting to seem like we have a two-horse race right now, and it is big. But BLU wants to be a piece of it, coming in that fifth place position, actually.
Yeah, but you got to give that chicken dinner second one of the night to Duel. They played it really well again. Like, the macro decision-making was incredible. Leaving Penta in that position, knowing it level 3 gear, knowing it a P90, they backed their man while they put the rest of the players in position to win the map. And then even just the decision making again, Matt, was so good. He got the knock and flush and didn't stay for the thirst of the other because he knew 9-11 at the high ground. So once he got that point and he knew there was a solo, he smoked off and regrouped with the rest of the team. It was so well played.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about, is sometimes you don't have to get both of them. You know, like, you just ruined the day. Now you know that you can hold the angle. He's no longer going to want to push that side. Instead, he'll most likely push onto the side where 9-11's playing, and that just gives you another avenue of aggress that you could use just for your own advantage. So very heady play from Duel, being proactive in the way that they were establishing control over a circle that they were pretty disadvantaged in. If you look like, yeah, okay, they had the man advantage, but it was 9-11 that had very good territory control on this high ground for so long, and Duel just played it patiently and so efficient. You love to see that come up from 13 kill victory. Just so solid.
Yeah, 23 points to go with their win earlier today. 9-11 got 21 as 15 kills. We keep saying it, but not a single game tonight did they fail to cross the 10 kill mark. You know, finishing the day with a bang with 8 kills, you know, it wasn't the best day for them, but remember, these cups are not a sprint. It is a marathon. It is all of your combined points over the next few weeks that will determine whether or not you make it into PAS and into that wildcard round. And we've seen teams make it in there just by being present every week. And Matt, here is our final leaderboard of the night. And again, it's no surprise to see the fraggest heavy team and the team that won the most maps as your top two.
Yeah, I mean, 81 to 65. Then we have a drop down to BLU, who's also been incredibly consistent. Both sides of it, placement 23, kills 29. Then we got the next drop down into Tayson, who had a couple of big pop-offs, but also had to deal with some hot drops of maybe their own choosing, maybe not. Don't know the drama on that one. But also, shout out to New Gen All-Stars, No Org, for being a little bit more competitive inside this. 4-0, managing to make it in the later stages of the games time and time again. I thought that their placement points would be higher, but no, it's been kills, man. Like, they had that one, what was it, Rondo? That they managed to make it pretty late into, but 4-0, just absolutely massacring their way through this one. That's kind of shocking to me because I felt it would be a little bit more of the other way around, so respect to them.
Yeah, I think Jimu had some really good moments though, and I think that they just played that really well. They won the hot drops that they had, and as you can see, the stats don't lie. They were kill heavy, but that is going to be the conclusion of the first week. But if you are starving for more PUBG action, we do have PGS starting on Wednesday, so make sure and tune in for all that as the first day of PGS 7 will kick things off. And well, if you want to just focus directly on the Americas, Matt, well, you got PGS on Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, and on Saturday. But then you get that nice little dessert of PEC and PAS in the evening after that PGS action.
For the Americas fans, remember, it's kind of Tuesday.
Yeah.
Is the what we're going to be looking at is the official time for it is, of course, the Korean and the European side of it. You guys will be better off. It's going to be pretty late at night, probably starting just a little bit after where we're at. So hope you guys can tune in, catch a little bit of a nightcap in the action, because it is going to be a very long day of qualifications. Next qualifier going to be popping up. It's the third. Fight your way through on the scrims. Make it back into the cup next weekend, because it should be fun. We've had some spicy games today, and I imagine next week will be just as spicy.
It will indeed. So remember, scan the QR code, check out the Wastify website, get your team registered to play in the scrims on Tuesday and Wednesday to try compete in the next cup on Saturday. But it has been an absolute pleasure for myself and Matt to bring you all the action. But Matt, I'm gonna let you close us out.
Oh man, I'm just excited. I always love jumping into America's action, and I mean, there's so many of the players that we've seen for years and years finding success in this. I just am looking forward to how the cups are going to progress because it's names that we don't get to see as often. So if you're craving more America's action, remember that you've got a ton of weeks that are going to be stacked up here where you're just going to get all of this leading into PAS, and then we're going to bring back in the Falcons and Liquid and all that other fun. So it is just going to continue to stack. Keep the stories, stay on top of it because, yeah, while it isn't going to be like a Grand Finals PAS qualifier, the cups are always where we see new metas, new players, new developments, and some of our oldest, favoritist players coming in to find something. So thank you so much for tuning in, everybody. I appreciate so much. I know Gibson does as well. Everybody on production and everybody that participated today, thank you so much. We hope you see you guys next weekend. Till then, stay inside of PUBG and see you in the action.